I request the audience to please keep your cell phones on silent mode so that we may begin with the session now. मैं नारी हूँ, संकल्पों की अभिव्यक्ति हूँ, अंधेरों को चीरने वाली, सपनों को पंख लगाने वाली, मैं विकसित भारत की भाग्य विधात्री हूँ। मैं सरस्वती की विद्या, मैं लक्ष्मी की समृद्धि, तेज से सुसज्जित, मैं दुर्गा की शक्ति हूँ, मैं नारी हूँ। Ladies and gentlemen, today is not just another day on the calendar. Today is an emblem of strength, a celebration of resilience, and a tribute to the boundless brilliance of women. As the golden sun graces this magnificent morning, we come together under the august banner of International Women's Day, a day that echoes transformative power of women across the globe. On behalf of the Indian National Science Academy, I, Ananya Banerjee, extend a splendid and heartfelt welcome to the Honorable Chief Guest, esteemed dignitaries, revered scholars, and vibrant audience gracing this momentous occasion. Let us immerse ourselves in the symphony of wisdom, inspiration, and empowerment. We are gratified and privileged to witness the magnanimous presence of the honorable dignitaries today. Professor Ajay Kumar Sood, Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, Professor Ashutosh Sharma, President, Indian National Science Academy, Professor Chandrima Shaha, Senior Scientist, IICB Kolkata, and also our former President of INSA, or I should rightly mention the first woman President of INSA. With utmost gratitude, I now request Dr. Brajesh Pandey and Dr. Kinkini Das Gupta Mishra to escort the guests towards the dais and grace the occasion. To commence this magnificent celebration, I now request the esteemed dignitaries to kindle the ceremonial lamp, a radiant symbol of wisdom, empowerment, and the eternal glow of knowledge. दीप ज्योति परब्रह्मा दीप ज्योति जनार्दनः दीपो हरतु मे पापम दीप ज्योतिर नमस्तुते. May the flames of the lamp guide us towards the path of vision and wisdom. Ladies and gentlemen, on March 8th, we celebrate the strength, resilience, and brilliance of women across the globe as International Women's Day, a clarion call to break barriers and unlock opportunities, ensuring a world where every woman and girl can thrive without limits. Today, let us unite in honoring achievements, amplifying voices, and forging a path towards an inclusive tomorrow. With this, I now invite Dr. Brajesh Pandey, Executive Director, Indian National Science Academy, to deliver the welcome address. Over to you, sir.
यत्र नार्यस्तु पूज्यन्ते रमन्ते तत्र देवता. मनुस्मृति का यह श्लोक हमारी सभ्यता संस्कृति का द्योतक है और हम अपनी मातृशक्ति को किस स्थान पर रखते हैं, इस तरह के श्लोक हमें बताते हैं और हमारी संस्कृति और सभ्यता को परिलक्षित करते हैं. गुड मॉर्निंग, नमस्कार. आज इस सभागार में आप सभी का स्वागत है। It is with great joy and pride, on behalf of the Indian National Science Academy, I welcome you all to this special celebration of International Women's Day, a day dedicated to honoring the achievement and contribution of women in every sphere of life. Today, we come together to recognize not just the progress that has been made, but also the journey that still lies ahead in the pursuit of true gender equality. Today, as we share this space under the theme Empowering Women in Deep Tech Innovation and AI for Sustainable Future, we recognize and honor the contribution of women who are shaping the future of science, technology, and innovation. INSA has always been at the forefront of fostering scientific excellence and inclusivity. From launching women-centric programs and initiatives in pipeline like INSA Women Associate. This event is a testament to our commitment to gender equity in STEM and our belief that diversity fuels innovation. The presence of such accomplished scientists, industry leader, and policymaker today highlight the progress we have made and the path ahead in ensuring equal opportunity for women in deep tech and artificial intelligence. I am honored to welcome our chief guest, Professor A.K. Sood, Principal Scientific Advisor, Government of India, on this occasion. I welcome Professor Ashutosh Sharma, President, Indian National Science Academy, Professor Chandrima Shaha, our past president, and the writers of the book, Chandrima Saha, A Lifelong Journey of Scientific Inquiry, Dr. Ajant Singh and Professor Suprakash C. Roy. I welcome all the distinguished speaker, esteemed panelists, scientists, participants, and all the invited guests at this INSA auditorium. On this occasion, we extend our gratitude to all the incredible women who continue to make a difference every day. We also acknowledge the support of men and communities who stand as allies in this movement for equity. International Women's Day is celebrated annually on 8th March to, to honor the achievement of women and promote gender equality worldwide. It is a day to recognize women's contribution in various fields, raise awareness about gender issue, and educate the women's right. I am really happy to say this date, 8th March, is recognized by UN in 1977, which happened to be my date of year of birth. So I can proudly say that is when I born, this International Women's Day is announced. So one can have a clapping for International Women's Day. Today's event is not just a celebration, but also a moment of reflection and commitment to uplift, support, and inspire one another. I encourage everyone to engage, share, and take forward to the spirit of this day in our everyday life. Once again, a warm welcome to all. Let us make this celebration meaningful and impactful. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your thoughts that have truly added depth to this occasion. Following the trajectory of the session, I now invite Dr. Kinkini Dasgupta Mishra, Scientist F INSA, to set the context with high spirits. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ananya. Good morning, everyone, and a very warm welcome to this distinguished gathering on the occasion of International Women's Day. As we come together today, it is with a shared purpose to recognize, celebrate, and deliberate on the role of women in deep tech technologies and artificial intelligence, how it is shaping our sustainable future. This event is not just about acknowledging the remarkable contributions made by women in STEM, but also about driving meaningful conversations on how we can create an equitable and inclusive landscape in deep technology. INSA has chosen this topic for deliberation today because the future of science and technology is increasingly shaped by deep technology, artificial intelligence, quantum computing, biotechnology, robotics, and many other cutting-edge technologies. Today's discussion is essential because AI and sustainability are two of the most defining forces of our time. AI is redefining industries, driving economic transformation, and offering pioneering solutions to complex problems, to the critical challenges from climate change and healthcare to energy sector, and also the ethical AI deployment. As AI grows in influence, who is building and governing these technologies matters. While women have made significant strides in STEM, they remain fewer in number in these emerging areas of deep technology. This is not merely about the representation, it is about ensuring that women play an active and leading role in shaping the trajectories of these technologies. The absence of a more balanced participation limits the diversity of ideas, perspectives, and innovation potential in these fields. That is why it is imperative to discuss what roles women can play in deep tech and explores ways to empower them to contribute meaningfully to these transformative domains. And what better way to do so than by engaging with some of the most illustrious and visionary minds in the field. Today we have extraordinary constellation of distinguished experts, women leaders from industry, academia, startups, research institutions, and policy circles who are not only shaping the future of AI, but also paving the way for the next generation of women innovators. We have an exciting and thought-provoking agenda ahead. The distinguished lectures will set the stage for key discussions, including how AI is driving sustainability and discussions on how women in deep tech are breaking barriers in entrepreneurship, research, and leadership. Our panel discussion today promises to be a dynamic conversation on the opportunities and challenges for women in cutting-edge technologies across the sectors, different sectors. The stories of resilience and success from women pioneers will serve as an inspiration for all of the young students, the college and university students present here, researchers, startup founders, and entrepreneurs alike. The interactive session with distinguished INSA women fellows will delve into the critical role of academics in promoting women in STEM, exploring mentorship, institutional support, and policy frameworks that can cultivate an inclusive scientific ecosystem. A special highlight of today's event is launch of the book, Chandrima Shaha, A Lifelong Journey of Scientific Inquiry, a tribute to a scientist, mentor, and a leader whose contributions left an indelible mark on Indian science. The book will be unveiled by the esteemed Professor Ajay Kumar Sood, Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, a distinguished leader at the helm of nation science, technology, and innovation landscape. As the chief guest, he will also deliver the keynote lecture, Empowering She, a fitting tribute to the spirit of this gathering. INSA has long recognized and celebrated the contributions of women in science. Over its existing for past 90 years, INSA has honored nearly 200 women scientists and experts by electing them as INSA fellows. In its continued commitment, INSA has recently established the INSA Policy Center for Science and Technology, which will serve as a hub for developing evidence-based policy briefs, reports, and white papers. It is truly inspiring to see such a distinguished and engaged audience today. College and university students, we have academicians, researchers from different institutions, innovators, entrepreneurs, experts, and scientists, all deeply invested in deep tech and sustainability. Your presence reflects your commitment in advancing these fields and how women can make their stride into these fields, and we can increase the participation of women. And I'm certain that the discussions ahead will be stimulating, exciting, and most importantly, action-oriented. Thank you. Let's begin.
Thank you, ma'am, for boosting the enthusiasm of the auditorium with your well-defined brief. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed my cachet and prestige to now invite Professor Ashutosh Sharma, President, Indian National Science Academy, to bestow all of us with his cognizance. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Ananya. Good morning. This is such a fantastic day. Indeed, I mean that INSA is holding this function to celebrate Women's Day. And then we have lots of meaningful program to go with that. So it's not just another day, another celebration, but some very serious contents that go with it. And then, so for example, the theme is empowering women in deep tech innovations and AI for a sustainable future. For a sustainable future. So he's got three keywords, which are the overarching challenges of humanity for all foreseeable future on planet Earth. What are these? This is diversity, inclusion, equity on one side, and Women's Day symbolizes that particular aspiration of 50% of population. Second overarching aspect is related to AI. That's we are going to be living with for rest of our life, and of course all the lives that are going to follow us. And the third aspect is sustainability. So we got integrated in today's agenda all the three major concerns that are going to keep challenging us forever. Now, of course, how happy I am about this whole thing would actually be illustrated by the new tie I got for the occasion. Just to match the cheerfulness of the occasion. Um, and I'm so happy that, of course, that Dr. Chandrima Shaha is her biography is being released, which is a role model for women scientists, and so on. And I'm so glad that PSA, Dr. Sood, also a former president here, is doing the honors as well as being the chief guest and give his very insightful comments. So somebody was just now asking me before he came, he said, "Hey, Dr. Sood, come." I said, right after his breakfast policy, and then he would be here, and then lunch policy and dinner policy and everything. His is such an important office. So I'm so glad that he could take out some time, very valuable time, to be with us here today. So anyway, we said, look, there are three things that we're going to be talking about here today. And then after tea break, there would be two lectures, AI for Sustainability, given by Dr. Vartika Shukla, who is also became our fellow last year. She's the chairperson, MD and CEO of this male bastion, this PSU, Ratna PSU Engineers India Limited. So don't disappear after tea. Be here. There are going to be lots of compelling lectures and lecturers for that. And of course, she's the top person in her job. It's a hard-hit job, which is usually not in space occupied by women. Of course, it helps that she is a graduate of my Department of Chemical Engineering from, the top IIT Kanpur, some time back. So, as we all agree on that. The second lecture related to women in technology, deep technology challenges, opportunities, given by Dr. Subi Chaturvedi. Okay, so that's all very good. So I would quickly conclude by saying that there is a great synergy, there is a great nexus between the three things that we'll be talking about today. So these things, the diversity, inclusion, AI-like things, including large language models and everything, and sustainability. So there is the talk about AI for sustainability. Why? Because a business as usual would not solve the problem of sustainability, climate change, environment, what have you. So therefore, you need new disruptive ways of thinking and new disruptive solutions, and AI promises to be one of those things that would bear on it. Second aspect is, okay, when we talk about AI for sustainability, we talk about AI. I always consult ChatGPT to figure out what ChatGPT is thinking about these things. And so it told me, it said, why did a woman scientist pull out the doorbell? It pulled out the doorbell. He says because she wanted no bell. ChatGPT joke, not mine. Okay, so whatever it is worth. Okay, so ChatGPT is making rapid progress powered by AI, and but so AI for sustainability. The flip side of that coin is sustainability of AI. So in decades to come, the carbon footprint of the digital cyber world should exceed that of physical world. And so we ought to wake up now and start thinking about it and preparing about it. So we would have a workshop, those of you who have interest both in AI and sustainability. We are planning a series of workshops that would bring out those aspects. Just to kind of say very quickly, the sustainability of AI, sustainability of technology itself has always been a concern because every technology has a light and a shadow. So while we are focused very tightly on the lights of a technology, because it's so bewitching, we often forget about the long shadows that it may possibly cast. So there is the environmental aspects of sustainability of AI about carbon footprint, energy, e-waste, resource depletion, rare earths, stuff like that. The social aspects of sustainability of AI, which is in terms of biases and fairness. And this is relevant to diversity and inclusion that we are talking about here. Job displacement, who loses job first? I mean, it's always the less empowered sections of the society that lose job when you get new technologies. The social manipulation, the governance aspects, then the economic aspects of sustainability of AI, which is about value creation. It has to be local, it has to be inclusive, the concentration of wealth. You know, all the scientists know that diffusion happens from high concentration to low concentration. But money follows the opposite route. So it always goes from poor to rich. And so this is called negative diffusion in physics, a very interesting thing. So does AI actually enhance that particular aspect, which is a greater disparity? And therefore, the regulatory frameworks would be required, governance in terms of transparency and explainability. So I mean, AI is telling me all kind of jokes, right? Chat GPT. But can it explain how it arrived at those jokes? What is the meaning of all of this? So transparency, explainability, AI, aligning it with the AI must align with sustainability goals and aspects, and then have public engagement. So all of that and more, and finally the human-centric nature of AI. All of this is going to be discussed in the discussions that would follow. And just to leave you with 3 keywords and say let us focus on these 3 keywords and their intercourse and their interplay and interaction and nexus among these. And so if we have done that successfully today, then we are pretty much there, that we have achieved the goal of this gathering and celebrate women in all of this. That is so important both for sustainability and for all the other challenges that we need to meet together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for adding the dash of freshness and uplifting the program today. Dear audience, it is my honor to now request the distinguished dignitaries to unveil the booklet curated by Indian National Science Academy on this momentous occasion titled Women Trailblazers in Indian Science and INSA's Legacy. On the occasion of International Women's Day 2025, this booklet honors the women fellows of INSA, showcasing their exceptional accomplishments, leadership, and expertise across a wide range of scientific disciplines.
This is because to keep in mind sustainability. So I always thought, hey, first you have to wrap it, then you have to unwrap it, and then you get rid of wrapper. So all that is not making any sense because it consumes a lot of energy, that process, right? So we got new. Okay.
Thank you, dignitaries, for doing the honors. To dive in for yet another awaited moment, I hand over the stage to Dr. Kinkini, ma'am, to carry forward the program. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ananya. It's my privilege and honor that on this International Women's Day, INSA proudly marks a significant occasion, the release of biography celebrating its first women president, Professor Chandrima Shaha, and her remarkable contributions to science leadership and innovation. The book titled Chandrima Shaha, A Lifelong Journey of Scientific Inquiry, authored by 2 distinguished scholars, Professor Suprakash C. Roy and Dr. Rajinder Singh, the biography presents a captivating account of Professor Shaha's remarkable journey. Beyond her pioneering research in cell biology, her path has been uniquely diverse, spanning from professional cricket, radio commentary, photography, and science writing. More than a chronicle of her scientific achievements, the book also highlights her role as the first women president of Indian National Science Academy, breaking barriers and inspiring future generations. I now have the distinct honor of inviting Professor Ajay Kumar Sood, Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, to formally release the book. I also request the authors to please join us on the stage. Following the chief guest address, we will hear remarks from the authors and then the honorary address by Professor Chandrima Shaha. I now invite Professor Ajay Kumar Sood, Principal Scientific Advisor, to deliver the chief guest address on the topic Empowering She.
एक ही टॉक है हाँ ये वाला कॉपी कर लीजिए
नहीं वही चला दो पहले उसके बाद
Thank you. Yeah. A very good morning to all of you. It's really a great day to be here on three occasions, on three points. One, of course, it's the International Women Day, and the significance of that has been well enunciated in the last half an hour, so I won't repeat that. It's really something we need to take care of, this diversity and equity. And the second thing is the theme of this today's event, which Ashutosh again explained, deep tech innovation and AI for a sustainable future. All the three keywords are absolutely essential. And the third one is very personal to me, and that is the book release on Chandrima Shaha, a very dear friend and a person with whom I worked very closely for almost 4 years when I was in INSA, and she was really a key pillar at that time in doing many things which we did at that time. And of course, her presidentship again is iconic, the first women president of INSA, and all the accolades she carries with her with so much humility and grace. So, congratulations, Chandrima, and it's absolutely a pleasure to be here on this book release. And I couldn't have missed it, and I was already forewarned by my very dear friend Arun Grover. He had told me that something is cooking and it will cook by that time. So I knew that I had to be in Delhi. So all these things really make this day very special. So when I was asked to give also a few remarks, I thought I'll just make a few slides just to put the data in front of us and see where we are and what we need to really look at in really empowering she. So if you look at the statistics, we have highest number of female graduates in the STEM fields globally. If you look at this, we have 42.7%, whereas the other developed countries have ranging from 27 to 38%. So that's a very, very pleasing thing, and this is something we should almost make it equal to close to 50%. Also, if we look at the PhDs awarded, that this data is 2-year old. This was the only last data available. Out of 32,600 PhDs, it's almost equal. Males is 18,464 and women is 14,124. That's quite a good number. And what actually is the concerning thing is the next point, that as they go higher up after their graduation, that participation decreases, and that participation is roughly 23% to 24% depending on what survey you take. And this leak which happens from the time they do post graduation or BTech engineering, all those things to the job, that's something which we need to see. Of course, there are other finer points, like the distribution is in all subjects is not uniform. That's something in engineering, it's much less as compared to biological sciences and so on. But that is something is getting corrected, as we know, because if you look maybe 20 years back, there were very few women in IITs and engineering colleges. That has changed, and it is changing very, very fast. So in this, we need to work on how we reduce, how we remove the leaky processes, and some steps have been taken by various ministries and departments. So I thought we should thank them again for all those efforts, and more need to be done. For example, we have Vigyan Jyoti, which is for high school girls in rural areas, that is to encourage them. Then we have CSIR Aspire program and their WARM program. Then we have DBT, this is called BioCare, again encouraging women. And then we have DST program on Vice Kiran, again a very important program, a Curie and Gati. So all these are very praiseworthy efforts which are happening, and all the agencies, all the institutions need to take their responsibility. And I'll come in the last slide on what we are proposing to do on that. So this is something, a journey which is going well, but we have to increase the acceleration. So if you look at the other part which is there in the title of this theme of today, the entrepreneurship, the innovation, if you look at exponential growth in Indian science, technology, and innovation ecosystem. You will see that now we have a innovation index 39th last year 2024. Patents have increased from almost 6,000 to 1 lakh in the last 10 years, and startups, which is really a story in itself, and so much can be said more than what I am saying. We had 450 startups in 2014 as registered on DPIIT website. You know, DPIIT is the nodal agency to nurture startups. Now, till recently, this is almost a month old data, 2 month old data. We have 157,000 startups. And good news is that in these startups, we found that almost 74,000 startups have at least one women director. That I think is a very, very pleasing thing. We don't realize it till we see the data, and this is something which we should see that it remains so or even increases. So a map I don't expect you to see, but it is just tell you where the startups are located, and it is all over the place in all states and all union territories. The growth in women led startups, if you look at, we have almost like 8% startups from between 2014 to 2019. Sorry, 9 has come down for some reason. And after that, we had 13% growth. So this 18% had at least one women startup in the unicorns. And unicorns, you can see that 11 has become now almost 116. This is again a old data, and now it is almost like 160 or so unicorns. Again, 10% of the India's new startup unicorns are women led. This is where we need to see how this 10% can go higher up. And 20.37% of women are MSME owners. So there is not that much for gross thing. You can take startups and MSME together, though there are differences. But if you look both of them, this is roughly like 23% of the labor force, which is women. So this in product niche, we are moving towards becoming a product nation, and that should be our goal. From the service economy, we need to go to product nation, and some things are already happening in the last few years. I just thought we'll take some examples just to say that this is all happening really, not only in terms of simply making a statement. In diagnostic, we have I have written the startups. In vaccine and therapeutics, again we have Bharat Biotech, Serum Institute, Zydus. Devices, we have again Cerebro and C3 Vision. Space, again a very, very fast increasing sector. We have almost now more than 400 startups in space arena. And digital public infrastructure, which we are also very proud of, that how this Aadhaar and UPI payments are really, really making a dent in our daily life in a positive way, and this is really going globally. So if you look at the numbers, almost 15 billion transactions in India since August, in August 2024. I think it's mind boggling. It's just that it has really taken up, and I thought I'll again mention this is a wonderful model where the public private partnership is the key point. So the platforms or the framework was made with the government support, but all the implementation is completely in private domain. Like you can have payment, you don't have to be tied to Bhima or Paytm, anything you can choose of your liking, all private sectors. So it's a very, very nice thing where government took a lead, made all the initial investment and the platform, and now it is being rolled out by the private sector. again, if you look at deep tech startups, this is something I keep on saying on all in all fora, that we have to work on it. Our deep tech startups are almost only 10% of the total startups, and this is something we need to see how we enhance it. Because if you want a product nation, if you want really India as a tech giant, in this decade, we have to see that these deep tech startups are encouraged. So our office has come out with the policy framework which was for public consultation till recently, and we need to see what we need to do that. So again, some numbers I have said, 10 to 15% of GDP share comes from that in financial year 16 to 24, and 6.4 lakh jobs and so on. So the key point message of this slide is that women remains underrepresented in deep tech domains, and this is something we need to work on. Oh, okay. So inclusive initiative for promoting women entrepreneurship. I gave you some examples from the ministries for the other promotion, but here also there are efforts. I thought we should take note of it. 10% of SIDBI's fund of funds is allocated for women-led startups, equity and debt financing. I think this is something is the effort which has been made. Reduced annual guarantee fee for women entrepreneurs under CGSS, and then we have the Startup India Hub dedicated women entrepreneurship page with central and state policies, state startup ranking evaluating policies and incentives for women-led startup nationwide, and national startup awards, again honoring startups across 20 sectors with women-led categories. So these are again some efforts in entrepreneurship, and this is again we need to see how we really carry forward these and even enhance them. Next, if you see the strength, how do we strengthen the pipeline in the deep tech boost? Because the deep tech, as you know, is based on very cutting edge science and technology, taking it through the innovation route and making a product. So again, there is some work which has been done in the last 10 years on in Atal Innovation Mission. So we have 50,000 annual tinkering lab planned this time. It was 10,000 so far, and now this will be made 50,000. And we have guarantee government's initiative for 500 crore AI Center of Excellence for Education in this budget. You would have seen another 500 crores have been given to Ministry of Education, along with the other 3 centers of excellence on sustainability, smart cities, agriculture, and medical, I think healthcare. So these 3 centers have been created, and this is the 4th one which will be created this year on AI in education. Again, the theme of this meeting today again amplifies how AI is so very important. So, so just I thought we can take note that 10,000 crore startup funds have been given in this budget, as you all know, and we need to see how do we increase the dedicated funding for women-led deep tech ventures. This is something we need to see how do we make the efforts on that. Stronger industry academia collaboration to ensure women scientists can transition from lab to startups, and more women in leadership role with research institutions, policy making, and corporate R&D. This number, which is much less than the numbers which start with 44%, and I told you that as they go higher, it becomes almost 26%, but it even becomes very small when it comes to leadership roles, and that's something we need to look at. So I thought at this stage I can close my talk, but my Swarth takes over, and I thought I'll tell you a few things on what my office is doing, my team is doing in this domain. We are doing many things, but related to today's theme, I thought I'll bring this so that some of you are aware and take advantage of this. So we have a very wonderful platform called Manthan. So Manthan is a this is joining the demand side and the supply side, namely people who have problems to be solved, who have issues, who need solution, and people who have the solutions. So we have the demand side from industries, foundations, they put the problem statements and the challenges, international partners and central line ministries. And on the supply side, we have educational institutes, all educational institutes, be it IIT, ISC, NITs, R&D labs and startups and incubators. So this tying up between the two is on a platform which is really curated by our team, a very small team. They go to various places, encourage people to look at this, and you will be happy to note in the last 3 years, less than that, this was launched on 15th August 2022, and in less than 3 years we have 800 opportunities sourced, out of which 190 are from government. So they have given the problem statements which are being solved by our startups and academia. We have budget opportunities of 8,286 crore committed, out of which 1442 crores have already been given and many projects are over. I think this is all, most of it is private money, government money is a small fraction, and this is where this huge synergy is now coming between academia and industry through this platform. And 964 startups have been supported and 136 technologies have been commercialized. Now we have other programs on Manthan platform, which I hope you will go and look at the website. In this we have almost 70,000 users right now on Manthan platform. And we have programs, Women in STEM, Women Entrepreneurship Program, specifically aiming that, Women Scholarship and Mentorship Program, Internship for women and women college students, and we have made Amazon web series on this startups, and this is again, some of them are taking extreme interest. So we have come out with 2 books, She Is in Water, She Rose, and the other one, 75 Women in STEAM, She Is Stories of Women. So this is a small effort from our side which will add to the ongoing efforts in India to really empower she. Other program I thought I'll take, am I exceeding my time? No? Little bit? No worry? Okay. So this is the life of a professor. Once they come to the stage, you can't take them down till the class is over. Okay. Sorry, this is something again I thought which is very dear to our heart. This was started in August 2024. So it's not even a year old. So what we have done is, I'll tell you the genesis of this. Before that, we have a RUTAG, Rural Technology Application Group, where 74 technologies were developed by 7 IITs for addressing problems in the rural sector. But their deployment was limited because they made, let's say, 10 to 15 units, gave it to village, we supported them, but it was really not amplifying the way we wanted it, because there is a limitation in our efforts which can take that. So this concept has now come where we are talking of RUTAG E Smart Village Centers. So under this, what we are doing is we are making self-sustaining technology hubs in villages to bridge the gap between rural needs and innovative solution. So our idea is very simple. All of this has to be governed by the village. We will empower them. So there will be a village hub in which will take care of about 30 to 40 villages around it, a cluster of 25 villages typically, and the center head is a village woman, and Lakpati Didi or whatever you we have that program, or some ex-servicemen. So both, because in all villages we don't have for example Lakpati Didi, so they have to be excited to take it up. So they have taken it. Local NGOs, partners, administrators, village pradhan, they are all connected. So right now we have launched 22. This is like few days old slide. 22 RSVCs have been established in various states. Now let me just tell, this center which we make, it's about 2 rooms in a village, about 500 square feet, with the technologies developed in Rootag. We put the actual technologies. We put agriculture services like the how to take advantage of the satellite maps for the farmers, how do we do the soil testing in the lab with a very small amount of money. And this is being run by young students, young village students and these girls, and they are really like most of them have done BScs and so on. This is giving them the job opportunities. So initial center costs something like 15 to 20 lakhs for all the facilities, it's very high tech. If you should go to one of them, the nearest one is in Haryana, in Mandora village, where I went recently to inaugurate. It's so wonderful that all these young people are running, and they have the programs which are earning them the revenues to sustain the center. So we do not want it to be a burden on government. And this 20 lakhs have also come from private money. So we have CSR, we have high net worth individuals, all of them are coming forward to set up this. And many now state governments are saying they are setting it up. So this model is expanding, and in the last 6 months we have set up 22 working ones, and the agriculture services have already been launched, and they are really making this. So many beautiful things are there. One which I'll mention, because Ashutosh said that the best IIT, if there is a quiz, which will be the one? He made a quiz, right? And he gave the answer, IIT Kanpur. So IIT Kanpur has a technology which came under Rootag. It is a LGB fertilizer. This fertilizer, what it is, this is done by microbiologists in IIT Kanpur. They have a solution with microbes. Those microbes, which I think maybe few hundreds, are specific to a particular crop. Supposing you have a crop in cotton or horticulture or anything, it is specialized. So this 1 liter one makes about few tons of fertilizer using the cow dung, using whole recipes are there. There are 5 elements including good and many things in a pit. You keep it for 20 days and then it is ready. And it is now being sold at some price I forget, but 15,000 tons of this fertilizer has already been sold. So it is called Nava Kosh, you can Google it, and people are buying it because the results have been so phenomenal of this organic fertilizer. This is there in all RSVC centers, because by that they can, so they make the fertilizers now. They don't have to go to any other place. They only buy the essential solution from this industry which is done by IIT Kanpur. So I thought it is something which should be all proud of, to see how this high tech innovation from this IIT Kanpur, and there are many more. One is the Sabji Kothi. In Sabji Kothi, it is without electricity, and it's not 20 watt of solar power, but it keeps the vegetables fresh for 20 days. Do you know how? Can you guess? I couldn't have guessed. Okay, you are not very far, but what they do is little more. The vegetables go bad because you have ethylene coming out, which is making the vegetables ripe. So what they have done is they force air into the this thing, which is the moist air, and it decomposes that into CO2 plus H2O. Just by that circulation, the vegetables are fresh. I saw this demonstration for almost 20 days, and this sabji kathi costs very little because it has only few one or two pumps and the double sided wall and so on. And again a innovation under RUTAG, which is now being scaled up in this RSVC. So I just thought, since I am very excited about taking it to all over the place, I thought I'll mention this. This. The other effort which we have, which again I will not mention in detail, is the clusters. So our office has made 7 clusters in the cities, and these clusters are this is the shared ecosystem with universities, all the universities in that area, all the institutions, labs, and municipal corporations and so on, and they decide what technology is needed, what innovation is needed to solve the local problem. So it could be a local problem of water, it could be anything, water, waste management and so on, and all these clusters are doing exceedingly well. So we have gone to the phase 2. Under this program, also there is a small effort in women encouragement. So women scholarships and mentorship have been implemented by Pune cluster, and Teach with Tech, this is again Pune cluster along with the Lenovo, and again you can see 1000 girl students trained, 580 plus female teachers empowered and so on. And there are few other programs which I didn't have time. So I think this is again internship women college students, again with the Hyderabad cluster. I will not read it, but this is again along with other institutions and the private sector. So all these are really funded by private sector. So our funding in cluster forming goes in the initial cluster forming, few tens, a few crores. So they hire the right people, hire the right CEO, and they are encouraged to generate their resources to do all these programs. My last slide is something which I mentioned in the beginning. So what we thought was that we should have a way to get the data from various institutions, various laboratories. How are they doing in this STEM inclusivity? Where do they stand? We have really no data on what is the standing of various institutes, how do we rate them, because we have AAA, all those ratings. One other parameters, can we have a actual data on this? So this was launched for public consultation on a few days back. It is there on our website. Please do look at the pro forma, which people will be encouraged to fill and submit. And this is again ensuring gender based equity, promoting other historically undeserved groups, ensuring diversity of thoughts, discipline, perspective and experience, ensuring plurality of knowledge and languages, and fostering just, ethical and open science. Again, all the aspects which you want to look at in this inclusivity. It's not only the gender but also all other aspects. So I think once again let me thank INSA for today's event, wonderful event to be here, and all the efforts which INSA is doing in policy domain and otherwise are most welcome, and it is a pleasure to be connected with INSA. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful presentation. You shared with us the decade of exponential growth of women in STI and percentage of women-led startups in the startup ecosystem. Women hold only 10% in deep tech startups, and more efforts are required to increase the representation of women in this area. To fulfill the goal of Bharat, Viksit Bharat, your insights have provided a compelling roadmap for empowering women in science and technology through stronger industry-academia collaboration, increase in funding for women-led startups in the STI ecosystem, and more women in leadership positions in STEM and STI. Your words reaffirm the need for collective action, and we are truly grateful to you, sir, for your leadership role in inculcating an equitable and innovative future. Thank you, sir. I now invite Professor Ashutosh Sharma, President INSA, to felicitate Professor Sood. Moving forward with the book release function, I now invite the esteemed authors, Professor Suprakash Roy and Dr. Rajinder Singh, to share their insights into the book's theme and inspiration. Before I request them to take the podium, allow me to briefly introduce them to the distinguished audience. Professor Suprakash C. Roy, a distinguished physicist, served as a professor and chairman of the Department of Physics at Bose Institute, Kolkata. He is currently the editor-in-chief of the journal Science and Culture and serves as an editor for Applied Radiation and Isotopes, Elsevier. He introduced a technology of neutron detection using superheated drops in India, a pioneering effort now being advanced in IGCAR Kalpakkam and the Defense Laboratory Jodhpur. With over 100 publications in international journals, his contribution to experimental physics and science communication are widely recognized. Dr. Rajinder Singh, a renowned historian, physicist, and science educator, he is an associate member of the research group Physics Education and Public Understanding of Science, University of Oldenburg, Germany. He is also an editorial board of several prestigious journals. He is considered as an authority on C.V. Raman. His DSc thesis in Germany was dedicated to the life and work of Nobel laureate. Dr. Singh is the first historian of science to comprehensively document the contributions of Indian scientists across a vast range of disciplines, making an invaluable impact on the understanding of Indian scientific heritage. With now I invite both the authors, Professor Roy and Dr. Singh, to the podium to share their reflections on the book. So Professor Suprakash Roy will request you to speak first.
Good morning, everyone. Professor Ashutosh Sharma, the President of INSA, Professor Ajay Kumar Sood, the former President of INSA, and Dr. Chandrima Shaha, the former President of INSA, my friend Rajinder Singh, Professor Brajesh Pandey, and Dayas, and Dr. Arun Rover and other distinguished scientists in the audience. ladies and gentlemen. It is a momentous occasion for us, the authors of this book, to present here on Chandrima Shaha, the immediate past president of INSA today, being the International Women's Day in the august presence of Professor Ashutosh Sharma, the president of INSA, Professor Ajoy Sood, the former president of INSA. Professor C.N.R. Rao, another former president of INSA, has penned the foreword of this book. I feel fortunate to have been associated with INSA, contributing to the history of science for more than a decade now. In my speech, I will briefly talk about why this book and what is the book about. Why do we write? We authors write books and articles firstly, for our own pleasure, and secondly, to pen down new ideas and thoughts with a specific goal in mind to inspire and excite at least a section of readers. Our overarching goal is to highlight the lives and works of scientists whose achievements inspire and motivate the younger generation to overcome challenges and shape their futures. Additionally, we aim to emphasize the accomplishments of women scientists, demonstrating that gender is never a barrier to excelling in the highest levels of scientific endeavor. We have previously documented the lives and contributions of Bibha Chaudhuri, India's first woman high-energy physicist and the first female scientist recruited at the Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, as well as Purnima Sinha, the first woman to earn a PhD in physics from Calcutta University, and a student of the renowned scientist, Professor Satyendranath Bose. These trailblazing women broke through the glass ceilings of their male-dominated areas. When Dr. Chandrima Shaha became the first woman president of the Indian National Science Academy, a prestigious position that had never before been held by a woman, we are inspired to write a book about her. Our book provides a comprehensive account of Dr. Shaha's journey from her early days as a budding scientist to her groundbreaking research in cell biology and parasitology. We delve into the challenges she encountered, the milestones she achieved, and the legacy she continues to build. Through interviews, archival research, and personal anecdotes, we have endeavored to capture the essence of her scientific inquiry and the passion that drives her. Her story serves as a powerful reminder that the science is not merely a profession, but a lifelong journey of exploration and discovery. Chandrima Shaha's talents and commitment to society extended far beyond the realm of science. She was deeply concerned about the challenges faced by Indian women scientists, even in post-independence India. Coming from a progressive family, she consistently encouraged parents of daughters to instill a sense of fearlessness in exploring new ideas and overcoming challenges. During her tenure as a science administrator, her guidance to the younger generation of scientists to innovate and resist social pressures was truly remarkable. Writing a biography has a charm of its own. As the writing progresses, more and more exciting information unfolds beyond science. How many of us know that Dr. Chandrima Shaha represented Bengal in the National Cricket Championship and was the first woman cricket commentator for All India Radio? We hope that the book, Chandrima Shaha, A Lifelong Journey of Scientific Inquiry, will inspire research readers to appreciate the beauty of science and the dedication it requires. We sincerely wish that this book will encourage young scientists to pursue their passions with the same fervor and commitment that Dr. Chandrima Shaha exemplifies. Before I conclude, I would like to make a humble appeal to the President of INSA. May I kindly request you, sir, to consider publishing an Indian edition of this book through INSA. The current edition, published by a German publisher, is prohibitively expensive for the average Indian readers, particularly for the students. If TIFR could publish the Indian edition of the original book on Bibha Chaudhuri, published by a German publisher, in fact, the same German publisher, why not INSA? If INSA publishes an Indian edition, then this will benefit and inspire the young students for which this book has been written. Thank you for your patience.
And we certainly will do that. Not only will certainly do that, we'll improve the quality by replacing black and white photographs by color ones. And so it's my promise to do that. Also, we're going to make a INSA cricket team headed by Chandrima Shaha. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for the invitation. And my English is a mixture of German, Punjabi, and simple English. I hope you will understand. Professor Roy has already told about the biography. I am not going to say anything about it, but more about my own research, what I do. I am at the University of Edinburgh, and there I actually started writing on the Indian scientist. Then about the Nobel Prize. If I say Nobel Prize, that means Indian Nobel Prize nominated and nominees. And I have written more than 45, almost 52 books. And out of them, at least 10, they are written with Professor Roy. And also we will see he has written many forward for me. So here start with my PhD thesis or DSc thesis on C.V. Raman, what is told. And then you see the next biography. And if you really want to see which research facilities had Sir C.V. Raman at the Indian Association for the Cultivation of Sciences, plus the University of Calcutta, what was the cost of the instrument, how many students were working under him, then I recommend you to read the book C.V. Raman's Laboratory. If you wish, send me your email address, I can send you digital copy of the book. And then how the scientists communicate with the media. Generally, the people say the normal public, they don't understand about the science. You can really learn from Sir C.V. Raman how to formulate and how the things work. On this topic, I wrote 3 small books. It is very easy to write on Sir C.V. Raman, on Meghnad Saha, S. N. Bose. They are well-known persons. But that is not what I really want to do. I started writing on the so-called lesser-known but equally important scientists. I will not go in detail anybody. I simply want to show the slides. Upendranath Brahmachari, and also I want to show these persons. They were the fellow of INSA, and I am the first person who has brought out their detailed biography. Upendranath Brahmachari. Next, Sasir Kumar Mitra, Vidhu Bhushan Ray. These two, they were students from C.V. Raman, and the next two, K. Banerjee, S.C. Sarkar, they were also Raman student. Next, L.A. Ramdas, again Raman student. Then D.M. Bose, he was the person who actually started history of science in INSA. He was the first editor of Indian Journal of History of Science. So that was the first book I wrote on the scientific work. Then the next 2 books we wrote together. Again, another fellow, S. Datta. Then next we have N.R. Sen. He is the person, the founder of the Theory of Relativity School in Calcutta. Again, S.D. Chatterjee. Next book, S.K. Khastgi. And this is written recently, Om Prakash Vik. And another point is that the INSA, they bring out biographical memory of the fellows. In this case, it is not there. So, but still, we were able to write this book. Then the next book, it is going to be released most probably in September. Life of J.C. Ray. He was the person, the first director to start with Indian Institute of Experimental Medicine in Calcutta, and today the same institute is extended to IICB, Indian Institute of Chemical Biology. So actually he was the founder person, and this book I wrote together with Mr. Samuel Roy. So the next biography I have already talked about. The next book was published just a few weeks ago, P. N. Ghosh. Is there somebody from the University of Calcutta here? So P. N. Ghosh, he was the person to start applied physics in India. So this biography is in progress. I'm working on it, and most probably January 2026 it will be out. So also I had the honor to write the referee report for these books, which were brought out by INSA. Then there was one conference organized on the emergence of modern science in colonial India. I was also one of the organizers, but I was not able to attend. Then 2018, I was asked to deliver a lecture, and then again 2021, 75 years of India independence. And so I'm really honored to see Professor Sood again. On 1st October last year, he released this one of my books plus the second book. So this book now it is going to be, I have already translated it into German, and it will come out in the end of April. So this is the book about Viva Chaudhary, what Professor Roy was telling. It was dedicated to Birgit Kra and Sujata Roy. Sujata Roy is today there. So about this, we all Purnima Sinha. It is already told. The foreword is written by Professor Shaha. And this is the first book from me on somebody on Punjab, that is Suman Beri. She is one of the discoverer of the Higgs boson, top quark, etc. The other field which I really know extremely good is the Nobel Prizes. I have written different books, many articles on Indian Nobel Prize nominator and nominees. So these are on the Western scientist, then on Albert Einstein. So that is our research group. And the next what I think should be done and can be done is to write the biography of, for example, God Bowledge, who expired few months ago. I met her just 2 years ago. I asked whether she will agree that somebody writes her biography. She said only under one condition. She wants that somebody write on her scientific work. Then again, another great lady, Manju Sharma. She also expired few weeks ago, a month ago. Then there is another great lady here, Bimla Bhuti, I think, or Bhuti. So I think somebody sitting here, he or she should dare to take the step and write the book. That is my family. And if you want to see more, downstairs there is my private website. Thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you, Professor Roy and Dr. Singh, for your dedication in bringing this remarkable journey. We'll now felicitate both the authors. I request Dr. Brajesh Pandeyji, ED, INSA, Executive Director, INSA, to honor them. After this.
So I am the person who has little bit demand. I would like to have these three persons also come there on the photograph.
Can I join you, Rajendra?
Yes, of course.
Thank you very much. Now it's my privilege to invite Professor Chandrima Shaha to share her journey, one that has been instrumental in shaping the landscape of science and research in India. She doesn't need any formal introduction. Still, ma'am, allow me to speak 2 minutes, no? Yeah? A little bit, yeah. Professor Shaha is a distinguished scientist. She's a cell biologist, particularly in the study of programmed cell death in unicellular organisms, such as the Leishmania parasite. Her contributions have been significant in understanding the disease mechanisms, which have implications for developing treatments for leishmaniasis and other infections. Beyond her research, she has been a strong advocate for gender inclusivity in scientific fields, mentoring many young researchers and supporting policies for women in STEM. As INSA president from 2020 to 2022, she championed scientific outreach, multidisciplinary collaboration, and gender diversity in STEM. Her journey is one of the resilience and vision, demonstrating that science thrives on diversity and that women must believe in themselves to lead. With great respect and admiration, I now invite Professor Chandrima Shaha to share her thoughts.
Thank you, Kinkini, for the introduction. Distinguished guests, honor of the dais, and friends, what a privilege for me to share the stage with former President Professor Ajay Sood and current President Professor Ashutosh Sharma of INSA, and of course the two authors, Dr. Rajinder Singh and Dr. Shuprakash Roy, who have traveled from Germany and Kolkata respectively to attend this function. I'm very happy and grateful that Professor Sood is sparing his valuable time to attend this occasion, and that's why it makes it very special. I also thank Professor Ashutosh Sharma for being the host of this program at INSA, because it is an organization with which I am deeply connected. My long association with INSA spans almost 3 decades, where I have shared responsibilities as a sectional committee member, a council member, an interim executive director, vice president, and president, and I'm still continuing my association. I never imagined that someone would ask me at the end of my career to tell my story. When the authors approached me for penning down my biography, I was a bit hesitant and shy. But I agreed because I understand the importance of role models in any profession. The relevance of personalities to emulate have been emphasized in many different forums to encourage young women from different strata of the society to take up science as a career. Role models could be someone from the peer group, a teacher, a historical figure, or a working scientist. I do not know if I fit exactly as a role model or not for women scientists, but if some bit of inspiration comes from this book, it'll be rewarding for me. I was indeed very happy to see Professor Sood's slides, and even when I have gone speaking to others from other countries, I think India has the maximum women-friendly programs. And I am very optimistic that in near future we will achieve gender equality. When authors were compiling the data for the book, naturally I was asked to give inputs, and I shared my experiences, my achievements, failures, and challenges while going down the memory lane. Reflecting on the childhood days, when encouraged by my father, I got interested in doing biology after watching the unique phenomenon of metamorphosis of a caterpillar to a beautiful butterfly and the miniature world under the microscope, to the time when I actually sat on a modern microscope to look at life up close, and that was a dream fulfilled. This is why I have emphasized in different forums the importance of parental guidance for women and men also, for inciting them into the world of science. As the authors for this book started exploring my students across the globe, they connected with me, and it was the most gratifying experience. It is certainly nice to know that most of them are contributing to science somewhere in the world. I can add here that sincere mentorship is very important to shape the student's career, and special attention be given to the mental well-being given the situation in these days. Talking about metamorphosis, I have undergone it twice. When I became the director of the National Institute of Immunology and when I became president of INSA. In both instances, I happened to be the first woman to take the assignments. In case of NII, 32 years in its existence, and for INSA, it was in its 85 years of existence. Certainly, the glass ceilings were broken, and I'm very happy to see that it continues to be broken. These assignments were very different than tinkering, what I used to do, tinkering with cells in the laboratory, but it was a great learning experience, and I enjoyed both my assignments. Today being the International Women's Day, a lot will be discussed on gender bias. I feel lucky that whatever positions I have been selected for, it was mostly men who selected me. Realizing that gender bias exists and need to be addressed, I think for evidence-based decision making, we have to support more studies on sex disaggregated data on the status of women in science. And the last slide, I think what Professor Sood presented, that for evaluation of the data, I think that is very important. In addition, we have to proactively make programs and efforts for educating both young girls and their parents. I repeat, their parents, from places other than metro cities. A lot of talent lies there, but societal challenges make it difficult for them, and that is where enlightening the parents come in. I'm grateful to the authors, Dr. Rajinder Singh and Dr. Shuprakash Roy, for their interest, and all INSA employees for making this function possible. Last but not the least, I would like to thank the large number of colleagues and friends who made my journey worthwhile. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your inspiring journey and invaluable insights. We truly appreciate your time and wisdom, and we look forward to seeing your legacy inspire many more years to come. It would be our honor to felicitate Professor Chandrima Shaha. I invite President Professor Ashutosh Sharma to felicitate ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. With this, we conclude the book release ceremony. Now we move forward to the next segment of our program, where we are featuring distinguished lectures by two eminent women leaders in technology and innovation, and their insights will set the stage for today's discussion, one panel discussion and one interactive session. Now, to take the program forward, I now invite and hand over the podium to Ananya. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I hereby request the attendees, distinguished dignitaries, and the audience to please join for a quick tea break session and kindly join us back within 10 minutes to experience yet another enriching session. Dear audience, requesting all your attention here. Two questions. How can artificial intelligence be harnessed to build a more sustainable world? And as we advance technologically, are we ensuring that women have equal opportunities to lead and innovate? Ladies and gentlemen, today's session delves into two critical themes: AI for sustainability and women in technology, challenges and opportunities that will answer these questions. While AI is revolutionizing industries and offering solutions to global challenges, the representation of women in technology still faces hurdles. The discussion now followed up ahead invites us to explore these pressing topics. To grace the occasion, to grace the session for the theme of today, we have Dr. Shubhi Chaturvedi and Ms. Vartika Shukla. Ma'am, I may please invite you to the dais. Dear all, it is an honor to welcome Ms. Vartika Shukla, Chairman and Managing Director of Engineers India Limited, and a pioneering force in energy consulting and sustainability. A key architect of India's auto fuel vision and policy and national biofuel policy, she also serves on national advisory boards including OIDB and CSIR-CSIO, and is leading EIL's mission to achieve net zero emissions by 2035. Recognized with prestigious awards like INAE Women Engineer of the Year, she was also featured in India Today's She list of top 100 women achievers. A visionary leader and change maker, she is redefining India's energy future. With this, I now invite Ms. Vartika Shukla to please usher upon us her views. Over to you, ma'am.
So very good morning to everyone. President INSA, Professor Yadav, distinguished guests in the audience, my co-panelists in this session. A very good morning once again, and it's my privilege to address you on this special occasion of International Women's Day. While we celebrate the extraordinary contribution of women in science and technology and innovation, and we saw the book release of eminent, inspiring scientist, Dr. Chandrima Shaha in the morning, I'm sure there are many of us who would like to follow her footsteps and also achieve the accomplishments which define her and define women in science. Empowering women in deep tech innovation and AI for a sustainable future, as this session is all about. It resonates the transformative journey of women in shaping the future of industries through cutting-edge technologies. Today, as I stand before you, leading India's and global engineering company, Engineers India, we stand at a cusp of a new industrial revolution. We also stand at the initial stages of entering artificial intelligence, deep tech, into the era of engineering, digital transformation, which is redefining the way we are actually carrying out the research, transposing the research into commercial activities, transposing it into new projects, and also empowering ourselves with the digital transformation which is happening. As a corporate leader and as a corporate, I think most of us are committed to have diversity on our boards, diversity in all that we do, not only in the policy aspects, in encouraging women, as we saw Principal Scientific Advisor present to us earlier on in this day. As an organization, we are looking at bringing all kinds of talent in all that we do, such that what is churned out of the development and of the initiatives that we take has not just inclusivity, it has innovation, but it also makes all organizations stand apart and offer differentiating services in a very, very competitive environment. And in this context, women's participation in this revolution is not just a necessity, but it's also an imperative for creating this equitable, innovative, and sustainable solutions to meet global challenges. When we look at bridging the gender gap in AI and also the gender gap in deep tech, I personally believe that talent, knowledge, accomplishment is gender neutral, and there is space and opportunity and encouragement by way of policies, both at the government front as well as at corporate fronts, to shape tomorrow which is inclusive both of men and women. And today, artificial intelligence, deep tech domains are shaping everything. Even if when we see healthcare, we see energy, we see climate resilience, industrial automation, all these fields demand diverse skill sets to ensure an ethical, unbiased, inclusive technology advancements. Encouraging women to pursue careers in AI, machine learning, cloud computing, quantum technologies is going to be instrumental in times of tomorrow for a sustainable and inclusive future. And we saw this during COVID times. The acceleration of development of vaccines was one such example where not only the men but women also all over the world contributed into breaking through these barriers in a time span unbelievable in the past. Several global domestic initiatives have been launched, as we saw, some of them, as we saw, including young girls in STEM. And I do recall in the time that I studied, there were about 6 of us in a batch of 280. And it was a very low percentage of women who went into engineering. And I am perhaps the only one who has continued in engineering. Some of the women have pursued other careers. Some of the women have not pursued a professional career and now find value in their learning in some other activities that they undertake. So I do believe that it's very important that the opportunities today, particularly in AI and deep tech, are recognized by the young students. I see a lot of young girls in the audience, which is a field wherein the knowledge can actually be applied at a very fast pace to get an outcome. And the fostering of research and developmental opportunities are immense for women scientists, leading by themselves or industry-led AI mentorship programs to run both initiatives in the government space, in the public sector space, as well as in the private sector tech giants. And we have one speaker on the stage who is from that area. And bridging gender gap, therefore, is not something which is unachievable. It is definitely a kind of a target which is with nurturing, with proper planning, it can actually be right there for you. And I specifically want to also mention the particular initiative by the President INSA on the INSA Women Associate, which is to, under Professor Ashutosh Sharma, which is recognizing early career women scientists for their exceptional research contributions. And I also believe that planning and shaping a career early on, unlike the years where we were young and we entered the workforce, we went the way the company took us. And it is only later in our careers we realize that the ladder that you wish to climb require a lot of planning. But today I'm very happy to share, and I'm happy to note the girls and ladies and the women that I interact, even men, young men that I interact, they have quite a kind of laid out roadmap for their careers, and they know exactly what to do. It's also very important in times of today where technology is fast changing at a pace which was unbelievable, unfathomable, that youngsters keep abreast of the changes and also migrate to deeper tech and kind of more, the advances which are actually mind-boggling for most of us at this point of time. Today's special day of Women's Day and today's or this year's theme of International Women's Day, which looks at accelerating action, is essentially very pressing, and the necessary skills, mentorship, career pathways to get into this AI-driven domains are essential to accelerate the pace in which we have inclusiveness of women in this particular area. It is also crucial, therefore, that women are involved in the entire life cycle of technology development and evolve the technology landscape, as they also constitute 50% of the force. The role of, in particular, of ICT, which is information and communication technology, is extremely immense today, and areas like high performance computing, clusters which look at high-end advanced scientific calculations, data analytics, forecasting various machine learning algorithms, asset integrity, industrial Internet of Things, cutting-edge computing. These are all important aspects which have end-use case for the learnings that you all have. Particularly noteworthy is also the immense need for cybersecurity, and that has already posed a challenge to many corporates, even to private lives as well. That is one area which is good minds and the bad minds together are working in making sure that the cybersecurity on one side is protected, and on one side they find ways and means to breach that. So advances in these areas are giving opportunities for research, for leaving a mark for yourselves. Something similar on generative AI as well as digital forensics. These are again growing areas wherein a lot of interest and a lot of requirement as well is there, such that they will also have a large pie in the future job mix. Where we work, and in Engineers India, 2 years back we created a department which is looking at AI in the working space that we are in. It looks at AI and it looks at ML particular applications of ML for our own operational excellence. For companies which are data driven, for companies which have a large database, a lot of historical data, particularly companies like ours which are consultancy services in engineering, machine learning, AI are very, very important tools to get the right answers. And over last 2 years, we have a team of dedicated scientists and engineers who are working in this domain, both men and women, and they have actually created a lot of platforms on the digital front as well as on AI front, which has given us that cutting edge in our services, both in domestic sector and in global platforms as well. I'm also proud to share that in our organization, among the public sector organizations, we have the highest percentage of women, and the technical staff, the technical engineers, the R&D scientists, the construction engineers, almost of a total of 12% of women in our workforce, a larger percentage is there in these technical fields. They also manage sites, they manage difficult terrains. We as a company also execute projects in very difficult areas. We work in minus 40 degrees in Mongolia and plus 45 degrees in Rajasthan, to name a few, in torrent rain, in very harsh conditions. And I'm very proud to say some of our women engineers have taken up very challenging and promising roles in these project sites. They have broken stereotypes, both by themselves as well as encouragement from us, and they have proved that they are equally capable. I'm not repeating this because there is not much left to prove as such per se, but we need to sometimes reiterate this to encourage and also give examples of opportunities which have been actually taken up by women engineers and women scientists. Even if you go out and see global companies, particularly in the oil and gas sector, one of the largest companies by revenue, which is Saudi Aramco, has women-centric initiatives, and they have almost more than 500 patents every year which are granted only to women scientists. Other companies, my sister companies like Indian Oil or other PSUs, are also having whole operating plants which are manned by women. And I recall a case wherein we were discussing in our group how to create this. And we found that some of the states in India, I won't name the state, they had a law that women could not man the plants in the night. So the organization got together with the state government. They altered the law, amended the law, and now we have those plants in 2 of the sites where I'm totally manned by women. It's not just, it's to prove a point that where there's a will, there's a way. And it is upon us to create that opportunity, to create that change. And I also believe in one more thing which I would like to share. Many of the young women and even our own staff, when we speak, I also believe that there is necessity to, for changing, you need to be in a position of power. So for women, to have women-centric initiatives to make sure that the pains and travails of your own experiences are modified for the benefit of the youngsters, for the benefit of the next generation. Women must realize that they need to be in a place of power, position of power to make that change. And I'm again going a little off track, but I would love to give this example as well. In my younger years, I volunteered to go to sites, because for engineering you must, one must see, if you ever see a process plant on a YouTube or wherever, this is very complex, and unless you see the process plant, you do not know how to engineer it. So the drawing board has to be synchronized with the physical understanding of what you have to create. So in my youngest year, I kind of volunteered to go to site because it was essential as part of the holistic training of an engineer. And believe me, when I went there, it's a odd story, but we didn't have any ladies' toilet in those sites. So it was a big challenge for women engineers to actually go there and struggle in such a basic necessity, which is essential. So when I got to lead a group, when I headed that group, and when I sent my young scientists, women scientists to site, and I found that similar thing has happened even 20 years later, we called them back and ensured that as a company-wide, all sites that we man, all sites that we go, have women toilets separate. And that was an order that was implemented. So what I want to explain is that the ambition, the desire, the need for women to be there at positions of power emanates from one single fact, that your experiences wherein you wish to make the change, as the father of the nation said, that if you do wish to make the change, be the change yourself. So you actually need to be there, and I would encourage all the women to aspire to take positions of power, take whether it's deep tech, AI, or wherever, but be there to actually make things happen for the betterment, for your organization, for the women. So I'll just spend a few more minutes to touch upon why we need, for a sustainable future, women to be at the helm of affairs. And I'm not being derogatory to men, but I just want to reiterate the point that is special for today. And again, this day is not just today. I think every day has to be celebrated by all women as part of their lives for certain little achievements that they accomplish day on day. As far as the government of India goes, even the national education policy is again encouraging, and we saw the presentations in the morning. The numbers are speaking for itself, the initiatives and the outcomes of those initiatives in terms of empowering women for gender inclusion. And going back again to the topic of AI and deep tech, there are several opportunities as we go in forward, particularly in decarbonization, in carbon capture. It is important that we develop products to shape the future for a green and resilient, tech-driven tomorrow. Today, we also saw in the presentation the representation of senior leadership is about 18% across India. It is not as we would want to be 50%, but still the rapid rate at which the positions are being held equally by men and women is on the rise, which is really encouraging. But at this point and at this forum, I would urge that all the stakeholders of the industry, particularly the academia, policymakers, look at the aspiring women professionals and work collaboratively, work with providing equal access, opportunity, mentorship, and leadership roles in AI and deep tech. India has already announced both the fund as well as the particular stress on AI development, digitalization, and it is this particular day that we can take as a reminder for ourselves that technology is not about gender parity. It is always about securing a better, more innovative, and more sustainable future for all. Today, our nation, at the path at which it is growing, and whenever on business I travel the world, the perception of India outside has changed significantly. And the recognition of India as a force to bring out technology. In fact, we have a collaboration with one of the AI companies, and I was just talking about it during tea break, whose founders have now positioned themselves in the US, because that market brings in the tech, but the application in India is happening because of these kind of collaborations. So the world is a stage for us to actually act upon, and this kind of perception of India perception globally is actually an enabler. And we have many examples where a lot of technology transfer has happened to increase the manufacturing base, to increase technology in our nation, such that, to give just an example, if you see the refineries and petrochemicals which produce these the transportation fuels, when we implement them, in earlier years, the manufacturing sector was only giving something like 70-75% of the products for the implementation of these projects. Today, we are 95% dependent only on India, sourcing from India. So that increase of 10 to 15% of self-reliance in the from the manufacturing sector is a story to speak by itself on the opportunities that are present today in India. And this moment is for all the generations who are going into the workspace to pick up and use the full potential of the diverse talent pool and truly become a global economic powerhouse. So let us today support, mentor, and pledge that we will accelerate action for encouraging women in AI, deep tech, and engineering, such that they are aligned to shape the future of tomorrow. So with that, I wish all the participants the very best. And we are here as I'm indebted to INSA for instituting me as a fellow. And I also commit on this platform that anything which is required to encourage the women, young women scientists or young women professionals, students who are looking at creating the future for themselves and shaping tomorrow, it would be a privilege for me to nurture them and guide them in their journey of professional growth. So thank you very much, and thank you, INSA, for having me here.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your expertise, highlighting the global perspectives, and also flagging the challenges that were prioritized to be solved. Ma'am, you truly inspired all of us to be the change and exercise the power to execute that positive change. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have yet another luminary with us today on dais, and it is my utmost privilege to introduce Dr. Shubhi Chaturvedi, a visionary architect of digital policy and corporate strategy, currently serving as SVP and Chief Corporate Affairs and Public Policy Officer at InMobi. She has been the driving force behind high-impact negotiations, steering MOUs worth over 100 million across global sectors. Most recently, she pioneered the global framework on integrity, security, and trust. A true trailblazer, her influence extends across continents, shaping the very fabric of our digital future. With this, I now invite, and the stage is yours, ma'am. Over to you.
Hello and good afternoon, everybody. I think I'm very, very proud to be here. This is not a space that I consider something outside of me. INSA has been a second home to me. I'm truly grateful to Professor Ashutosh Sharma for having me here. So I'll be extra nice to you because I'm eyeing that banyan outside. This platform and the fact that we're sharing this space with women of eminence, of excellence, is a true honor, and I'm truly humbled to be sharing this space with none other than Dr. Vartika. Your address was truly inspiring, and I know how hard this journey would be, which you wear so lightly and flawlessly. It's almost like watching a duck or a swan paddle, and there is so much movement beneath the surface, but you will see the utmost elegance on the surface. Please put your hands together and give her a huge round of applause. Thank you. Why is today so important? You know, we often say that we need to celebrate milestones. We often say that every day is Women's Day. There's a reason why we give out the Nobel Peace Prize. And very often we've seen that people who you may not directly see impact from at that very moment will still get the recognition because the world holds them responsible for actions that will have a larger impact, which is much bigger than the sum of the parts. I today work with a company called InMobi, where India's first unicorn, it was founded by Naveen Tiwari and 3 others. Back in 2007, we were known as M-Coach, and then in a year's time, we pivoted to become InMobi in 2008. In just 2 years, because of the business model and the problem that we were trying to solve for, we became India's first unicorn, with also the first investment from SoftBank into India. Since then, it has been a journey of both humility, pride, and the ability to innovate. So let me show you, and this is not a plug, but this is something that we take immense pride in. This was the screen, which is the first screen you will see. It used to be a dead screen. We call it the lock screen. So without unlocking your phone, across 18 categories, you can consume news, content, you can be aware, you can be a small boy from Meerut, and you can still be aware about everything else that is happening in the technology space. This glance is our second unicorn. In 2019, we started. In mere 2 years, we became a unicorn. We're living in a world where AI has been called out as the biggest disruptor, and that is the theme today. I'm trying to marry the innovation which is happening in AI, the speed of change that you will see today, along with the fact that you cannot stay still. So it's no longer a choice to say diffusion of innovation will happen in its own true course of time. This space is particularly important because it's the home of science, and it is with scientific temper that all of us in a country where we're born with curious minds. Professor Amartya Sen's called us some of the most argumentative Indians, and we're happy and ready with a cogent argument. Coupled with curiosity and coupled with the scientific mind, innovation and progress both happens. It's very, very easy to stay still and be at rest and rest on our past laurels. But today is the day where I see amongst all of us, as Dr. Vartika said, a lot of young girls, and I'm hoping a lot of you are young women scientists. I'm not an engineer by profession, but there are things that we've solved for, and which is why sharing this journey is so important, that you don't need to have a specific background. It really doesn't matter where you come from. What is important is your persistence, your tenacity, your ability to look at multiple inputs, and the World Economic Forum just came out with their Future of Work and Future of Jobs report. They're talking about interpersonal skills, they're talking about your ability to do analysis. So when I was teaching in Delhi University, and Professor Sood earlier today talked about giving a mic to a professor and the perils that it comes with, I absolutely love the platform because it brings me immense joy. I was teaching at LSR, and LSR had some of the brightest young women. There is nothing new in terms of knowledge or information that you could impart, but what you could develop was a set of transferable skill sets, the ability to look at your core strength and then apply it to any sector. Today I stand here today, I've had the privilege to work with over 10 organizations, and each organization has been a new learning experience. With a very generous introduction, I came onto the stage today and we talked about the FIST framework. It's one of the first frameworks that looks at the idea of trust. So ISET is something that both the national security advisors from US and India had signed earlier. With the recent meeting of the Prime Minister, it has now transformed into something called trust. And with this, we are looking at not just the evolution of new technologies, we are looking at this arena of AI, which again is the biggest disruptor, but in the context of the changing geopolitical scenario. So it is only trust, and trust that will help you build new partnerships, that will help you work with global democracies, that will help you transform the world with technology. and there will always be conflict. We live in a very, very volatile era today. So in that background, what has happened over the course of last month has wiped off more than 500 billion US dollars from a lot of economies, from a lot of stock market valuations, from some of the largest technology companies. The disruption came from China with the model that's called RSeek, and they're saying that they've built it at the cost of 1/5 of that of other larger models. Now, those claims are yet to be verified, but that paper is available for everyone to study. They've said they've re-engineered ChatGPT, and those are the kind of learnings which then are not new to India. Look at our Mars mission. It was built at a cost of 70 million US dollars, which is the cost of any large Hollywood production that explores space. So when it comes to frugal innovation, we're not behind. What has also happened is Alibaba, Tencent, they've also launched their own generative AI models. When it comes to AI, what we need to understand is it's not just Gen AI. Because of the disproportionate space that it occupies, we often reduce the conversation to only the LLMs or the large language models. There will be 3 contours or boundaries that we need to be conscious of. One of them being chips, which is the infrastructure layer. And then a lot is happening in that space too. There have been bans, there have been treaties, but you're seeing that a country decided to build their models with or without the latest chips. That's at least the stated claim currently. What does that tell you? That there has to be audacity of hope, there has to be audacity in challenge. You cannot be a scientific mind if you're only confirming. And my lifelong journey has been about questioning, the questioning of why, whether I was a young girl who was told to be accompanied by her younger brother when I was going out, the why of it will always lead you, sometimes in not so pleasant experiences, but you will learn. You'll be the better for learning. I'm so glad Vartika talked about the issue of toilets. I've been in the presence of High Court judges, and they've also had similar struggles where the first women leaders will always have to be pathbreakers. The very obvious things which, and that's why to be conscious of our privilege today is equally important. All of you who are in the room today have already crossed a very significant milestone. To be in the right room, to be on the table is half the battle won, because if you're not on the table, you're often going to be on the menu. And that is why women in leadership roles are so important. So when you're looking at specific numbers, and that's why the topic that I chose was, you cannot stand still. You cannot not participate. It is no longer a choice. It is very, very important that all of us are looking at this from contributions in terms of new innovations that you can do. However small, they will have incremental impact. And that is what I have tried to do personally in all the spaces that I've been a participant of, whether it was the Internet Governance Forum, where I was one of the first Indians representing 2 stakeholder groups, media and civil society. We were able to bring in 2 youth members to a multi-stakeholder advisory committee, which often had 17 ministers, 18 global CEOs. So the question was, will you just treat young people as consumers of technology? We came up with a word that's called prosumers. They're both producers and consumers of the same technology. So making sure that you're inputting into draft policy documents, and Professor Sood shared 2 of those where the comments are still open, the draft documents are still up and they're online. They're looking at what is it that you see as systemic barriers that can get more women. I'm so happy to be participating in the Women Associate Program that Professor Ashutosh Sharma founded. He's been somebody who I consider as a mentor. He is also someone who will sparkle and enthuse every conversation with his quintessential humor. He makes one of the most difficult conversations a breeze. It is such a pleasure to have such people who will pass the mic, who will yield the space, who will encourage new leaders. So when it comes to AI, what is at stake is, in terms of global economy, you're looking at projections of over 500 billion US dollars by 2030. And that in a lot of spaces, when it comes to direct and indirect impact, it's equal to both India and China's GDP. These are not small numbers. They are going to be all pervasive in terms of disrupting every single sector that you and I think, whether it has a direct technology impact. And what is incredible is, for the first time, there is no policy paralysis. We have a government that embraces technology. From 2014, you've seen Digital India, you've seen the JAM Trinity, you've seen the impact of what Jan Dhan Mobile and Aadhaar can do. And one of the most revolutionary projects that I've been tracking very, very closely is something that was called the National Optic Fiber Cable Network. It's called now BharatNet. It's connecting 250,000 village panchayats and over 600,000 villages in India. Imagine what high-speed fiber optic cable network can do. And that was the celebration that we all looked at South Korea for. You give us, as Indians, one of my most favorite stories is what Dr. Ajay Kumar, who's the previous Joint Secretary and retired as Secretary Defense, told me. After the tsunami happened on the Orissa coastal belt, the fishermen were given a set of GPS. They were supposed to find their way back and navigate safely back to the shore. What they started doing was they started marking the coordinates where there was the maximum catch of fish. So Indians do not need to be taught what they can do with technology. We're intuitively creative. When I've spent time at my Nani's house growing in the villages, that is the native wisdom. So which is why more than ever before, it became important for us to recognize the cultural biases, recognize and call out the mindsets without making enemies but building allies, which is why any program that we do that talks about increasing women participation. And we've lived that by example, both at InMobi and Glance leadership. You'll see women leaders who are leading key business functions, who are leading key tech functions, who will ensure that we pass the mic around. So one of the exercises that we ended up doing at one of the larger internet governance meetings was to have 4 mics in a corner. Whether you were a senior government official, whether you were somebody from the private sector, whether you were someone from academia, or whether you were somebody from the media, everybody would get a turn. All they had to do was just queue up at 4 corners. Very often, the other learning from Asian countries has been, we're not very outgoing. We're not everybody's an extrovert. So even the most richest contributions in meetings, in forums and discussions have been when we've asked the most quiet person in the room, hey, would you like to say something? It starts with the first yes. It starts with the first time you pass the mic around and say, I want to yield my space. There is someone in the room who will always have a different perspective than what you bring to the table. Immensely richer, immensely unique. And it's that voice that we're trying to find, that we're trying to encourage, even through the Women Associate Program, which is why we've identified young people who cut across different verticals, different sectors, and those are the leaders that we want to build through. You've heard the 18% figure. There are countries who are doing better, but the answer to that is something that we coined, and we call it the reset framework. And today, something that the theme also calls out is acceleration. It's not just saying what we're doing is good enough. Yes, these are great efforts. Yes, these are milestones which need to be celebrated. Yes, this is progress which is remarkable. I was very, very happy to hear the finance minister call out a huge proportion, over 10,000 crores out of the SIDBI fund, which is being allocated to new startup founders. I mentor a lot of them. I engage with them regularly because policy is an important conversation. And this is in the context where companies are no longer competing with companies. Countries are competing with countries. So when the government bats for you, when they're open for inputs, and that's what we've seen with DST, we've seen INSA given recommendations, we've seen the Principal Scientific Advisor's Office being so open, so receptive. This is when real change can happen. And that's why we were bold and we were brave enough to suggest the reset framework. So reset here, the R starts for reimagining care work. many times you will forget that the woman in the house is the primary caregiver, whether it's the parents, whether it's the children, and this is often unrecognized. So every space that we can make into an inclusive space that allows her to focus on her work, along with ensuring that she's emotionally safe, she's emotionally secure. So mommy guilt is very real, and it's usually the women who have to suffer with the challenge of, am I doing enough? So this question, you have to believe you are enough. You are fierce, you are important, and you matter, and you will always be enough. This idea that women will always hold themselves up to higher standards, but will not negotiate for higher pays. Start valuing yourself. Start articulating the fact that both in terms of recognition in higher job responsibilities and financial markers equally are important when it comes to your personal journey. So reimagining how you create a safe, trusted environment for women at work, ensuring that you're equipping women with skills of the future. So who will get the smart device in the household last? It's usually the mother. So it's the father needs it because he's going to office. The young children, because they'll be engineers hopefully in the future, and they'll be the breadwinners. They will get the smart devices, and it's the mother who's usually at home. She'll have what we call a feature phone or a dumb phone. Do not leave people behind, and that's why bridging the digital divide. So artificial intelligence for us is not something new. It was there with us from the 70s. The Alan Turing Institute has done pioneering work around it. CDAC has seen it as a large statistical model. Now what has changed from ChatGPT is UI and UX, which has made it user-friendly. And this is why engineering needs to work with social sciences. They need to work with newer mindsets and newer perspectives, where each of them inform these perspectives, and you're able to create products which not just put P&Ls, and that's the PwC study which says when you have women leaders both in tech as well as leadership, there is at least 10 to 12% increase when it comes to the P&L. And second, there is also a very focused approach when it comes to product centricity and consumer centricity. So the same example unfolded when I was doing my research on sarpanches, and whenever you would have a woman sarpanch, you would see the funds which came to her were spent on human life improvement. And more often than not, when you had male leaders, you would see they were spending money on buildings. They were spending money on core infrastructure. So it's the approach that we take to problem solving. What is it that we are going to fix first that makes a lot of difference? Then we talk about securing financial sovereignty. Every woman must have a bank account, must be trained in basic financial literacy, which is why we took it upon ourselves to not just look at digital literacy on cyber security. We're working with MSMEs across the country, along with EPC, along with USI, along with CyberPeace, and the Ministry of DPIIT, as well as the Ministry of Youth, where we've said we will not just look at institutions which have the necessary resources and funding. We will work with Kendriya Vidyalayas, we'll work with Jawahar Nehru Vidyalayas and Kendras, we'll work with Sainik schools to make sure we're not leaving anyone behind. Look, we already have a lot of children who are digital natives. All that you have to do is take them on the right path, right? And give them a basic fundamental understanding along with the framework which is ethical, which is transparent, and which calls for accountability. So there will be no one-size-fits-all policy approach to this. As technology comes in, there are fears of about 70 million jobs being lost, but the statistics are also balanced with the fact that 80 million new jobs are going to be created, which are transformational in impact. So for every optimist, there'll always be two naysayers. And it is therefore that I see amongst all of you champions, brand builders, ambassadors of change. So, and you have to do this on every platform that's available to you. Sometimes it'll be on the stage, sometimes it'll be the gentle conversations that you'll have on RWA groups, which itself is a full-time job. So our first brush with technology and fear psychosis was when mobile towers were being established. And wrongly so, there was this conversation that they impact sparrows, the emissions from the towers can cause cancer. We've had a 20-year longitudinal study partnered with the IIT Delhi, and it was so simple to explain that the emissions are lesser than that of your home microwave. And towers work perpendicularly, so you need to have more towers in your vicinity so that your phone is not emitting more to do that particular handshake, right? So with very simple examples, making sure that you're relating context, making sure you're not brushing problems under the carpet, can adoption of artificial intelligence or any new technology can happen, provided you're passionate about it, provided that you're a fearless advocate for it. The other E in reset talks about expanding representation, and the last T talks about transforming mindsets. So what we're trying to do today, it's something that is free for everyone to adopt, but we're saying we require a reset because we need to not be complacent. We need to not believe that everything is great, but everything is not enough. So what we're doing is fantastic, the interventions that you're seeing through Manthan, but can each of us do more? As institutions, can each of us do more? As scientists, can each of us do more as leaders in your own spaces? Everybody today in the room is an influencer, and that is what I'm counting on, to make a difference, to persist, to embrace technology, so that we can do enough for our country. There's never been a better time to be in India today, and which is why we're all here celebrating each of you, celebrating science, celebrating INSA, celebrating each of our mentors, and calling out women who've had this incremental impact on our lives. Thank you once again for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for addressing the gathering with your proficiency and underlining the innovation deliberation based on the dynamic geopolitical changes constantly happening. You also highlighted the role of youth and women as being the primary stakeholders of technology and not just mere consumers. Product centricity, consumer centricity, financial literacy were also few pointers that were mentioned by you. Thank you so much for your talk. With this, I now request Professor Ashutosh Sharma, President INSA, to felicitate the trailblazers and such dynamic women leaders we have with us today. I'm super sure with such creative and bold women voicing out their notions, India will surely be led to Viksit Bharat soon. Thank you, sir. I once again thank the distinguished speakers. Thank you. She's such a generous person. She is indeed thanking me. So, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Shubhi Chaturvedi and Ms. Vartika Shukla. We are honored to have with you us today on this special occasion of International Women's Day. Thank you. With this, I now hand over the stage to Mr. Atri Malik to further take ahead the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Ananya. Good afternoon, and I wish you a very happy International Women's Day to all of you once again. So now, after two revivifying lectures by two women leaders, I welcome all of you to the next session of today's program, that is a panel discussion on the topic of empowering women in deep tech innovations and AI for a sustainable future. As we navigate the intricate corridors of innovation, it becomes increasingly evident that the synergy of diverse perspectives is the linchpin of transformative progress. Empowering women in deep tech innovations and AI is the clarion call of our times, a beacon of hope, illuminating the path to a sustainable future. By harnessing the collective genius of women, we can distill the essence of creativity, infusing the realm of technology with a kaleidoscope of fresh ideas, novel solutions, and inclusive designs. As we strive to craft a world where technology is a democratizing force, women's participation in deep tech is the vital spark that ignites the flame of positive change. By shattering the glass ceiling of underrepresentation, we can unlock the full potential of women, unleashing a whirlpool of innovation that transcends borders, cultures, and disciplines. The symphony of women's voices, perspectives, and experiences is the melody that will harmonize the discordant notes of inequality, creating a world where technology is a liberating force, amplifying the agency, autonomy, and aspirations of all individuals. Today's session will be chaired by Dr. Debashisha Mohanty, a fellow of Indian National Science Academy and also the director of National Institute of Immunology, New Delhi. Dr. Mohanty completed his MSc degree in physics from IIT Kanpur in 1988 and did his PhD in computational biophysics from IISc Bangalore. After completion of PhD in 1994, Dr. Mohanty went abroad for postdoctoral training at Hebrew University of Jerusalem, Israel, and Scripps Research Institute, USA. Dr. Mohanty joined NII New Delhi in 1998 to lead a research group in bioinformatics and computational biology. Dr. Mohanty was appointed as director of NII New Delhi on 24th August 2022. Dr. Mohanty is a fellow of all three National Science Academies, member of Guho Research Conference, recipient of National Bioscience Award, Rajiv Goyal Young Scientist Prize in Life Sciences, and many more. With this, I request Dr. Debashish Mohanty, chair of today's session, to kindly grace the dais of the panel. So please take your seat. As the distinguished panelists of this session, I would name the dignitaries one by one, and also I would request all the panelists to be on the dais accordingly. First, Dr. Bibha Tandon, Director, Indian Institute of Chemical Biology, Kolkata. Ma'am, please. Professor Uma Kumar, Founder Head, the Department of Rheumatology, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. Possibly couldn't be able to join because Madam has been traveling since morning. Dr. Swati Tiwari, Managing Director, Octros Business Solutions. Ma'am, please. Dr. Anosua Roy, Chief Executive Officer, NanoSafe Solutions. Dr. Dr. Smita Mishra Pandey, Founder and Chief Executive Officer, Fandoro Technologies, Gurugram. Dr. Shiveta Rajpal Kohli, President and Chief Executive Officer, Startup Policy Forum, couldn't be able to join because she has not been doing well since morning. Unfortunately, she couldn't be able to join this panel. And Dr. Rashmi Sharma, Head, National Council for Science and Technology Communication Division, NCSTC Division, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. I would request all the panelists to take your seat on the dais, and I would request Dr. Debashisha Mohanty, chair of today's panel, to please start the session. Now, the stage is all yours. One more addition. For this panel, Dr. Shefali Gulati will also join this panel. Thank you.
Okay. So first of all, congratulations for the International Women's Day. And after these two fantastic talks, almost on the same theme as the panel, and we have this very distinguished panel, so I don't want to stand in between the talks and the panelists, and we are already running late. So what I won't take much time, and with all due apology to the panelists, to the save time, I would not go through detailed introduction of each of you. These days, I'm sure all of them have LinkedIn profiles. People can follow on Twitter and get details about it. So we will directly go to a theme of the session, and that is women in deep tech at this one. So now I think Professor Sood has already set the stage for it in the talk, as we saw. And in our master's programs and the PhD program, the number of women participation is very high. In fact, I come from National Institute of Immunology, the same institute where Professor Chandrima Shaha headed almost after 30 years as the first woman director. So we have almost 65% PhD students in women. But if you go to the faculty, the number goes down to, as like any other institute, is the 20% or this one. So now, how do we bridge this gap? What are the challenges? And I think that is the theme of the session. And what AI allows you to do is probably it can help to bridge this one. In the way, I would say, if you think of biology, the why AI came, it starts from the discovery of the double helix. And those of you who have read the book, Discovery of the Double Helix, you would read one important woman contribution was overlooked. Rosalind Franklin, many feel she should have got the Nobel Prize. So this one, and same way, if you come to bioinformatics, we have Margaret Dayhoff, and even AlphaFold, which is made most popular, like how AI can change science, like protein structure prediction. It is not like just like in the language models you trained on the text. To do something like protein structure prediction, you have a lot of areas of years of biophysics work, which started from the work of G.N. Ramachandran. In this area also, that databases, Janet Thornton, and there are, you have women scientists in almost in all the fields. So now, what it requires is, like AI is almost going to be unlike other areas of science and technology. You require expensive equipment. It also requires expensive equipment, but this can be democratized much easier. A cloud is easily made available to anybody and everybody. And so this is what we should do differently so that we can bring greater participation of women. So with this, without spending much time, I would request, I think to save time, each of the panelists spend something like 4 to 5 minutes or 4 minutes per, and talk about their views on the overall theme. Then we can open the floor for questions from the audience, and the audience can identify to which panelist they want to ask the question. So with this, I would request Dr. Vibha Tandon. And Vibha is well known. She has been in all the distinguished institutes, Delhi University, Jawaharlal Nehru University, and now she has been in leadership position. Currently, she is the director of IICB, one of the leading biggest laboratories of the CSIR. Dr. Tandon, please.
Thank you for the kind introduction, and the panelists sitting on the dais, Dr. Debashish Mohanty, and Dr. Swati Tiwari, Dr. Anusuya Ray, Dr. Smita Mishra Pandey, Dr. Smita Rajpal Kohli, Dr. Rashmi Sharma, and all the dignitaries sitting off the dais, Dr. Chandrima Shaha, Dr. Shubhra, and all others, young scientists. It is really a pleasure, and I would like to thank the INSA president and the whole INSA organizing committee to involving me in this panel discussion. And before going into the formality, I would like to go directly to about the title of this particular panel discussion, which says that is the empowering women in deep tech innovations and AI for a sustainable future. So what is happening actually? If we talk about in India, so we have several prominent women leading the way in AI and deep tech, including like, for example, Geeta Manjunath, who is the founder of the Niramai Health Analytics. And she's specializing through the AI in the breast cancer, detection. There is, another person, Debjani Ghosh. She's the president of NASCOM, and she's advocating for the diversity in tech. And there are other notable figures like Priya Singh, Ritika Chaudhary, Kaushambi Manjita, who are actively shaping India's AI landscape across the various sectors. So I would like to say here that there are, but do we are enough in the area of AI and the deep tech? No. Since morning we have been listening that there are enough of the PhD students. When we go to the JNU, we say that the JNU has a special reservations for the women students. But somewhere on the top, when it comes to the leadership, we are missing, at the professorship only, we are missing the number of the professors. So let us come to the AI and tech. So what is happening in the AI? How come AI can be really, really useful for us? So in the rapidly evolving landscape of technology, the role of AI, a woman in deep tech innovations and artificial intelligence, is increasingly gaining recognition that I have already told you by taking the name of only few of the Indian AI technologists. But the problem is this, that we are involved in the deep tech also, we are involving in the AI, but to harness the full potential of the AI and the deep tech, I would say we require the women participation. And when we say that AI is actually, how are we really developing AI and ML? AI and ML is developed on we have the practicing. We have a certain number of entries on the basis of which we develop a logarithm. So if we are choosing a 50% of the people, if we are leaving the 50% of the persons who have to do these practices, I mean to say females, then obviously our practice module will not enough to give you a particular AI or ML logarithm. So in my way, I would like to say that if we can really have some of the female-led initiatives in AI, and we can bring them to the main stream, and we can really try to tell that how these main initiatives can be taken further, it will be a great thing for all of us. So I would like to, because as the chairman already said, so I would like to here talk about that how can we really make AI and deep tech more inclusive, and we can really bring, women into this particular system. I will suggest here that 3 different strategies should be implemented. What may be those 3 strategies? One is this, that establishing support networks and mentorship programs where successful women in deep tech can guide aspiring professionals and can create pathways for career growth. So like, for example, if you go into the Microsoft, you will find that they have the organizations which are women specific. Can we have women in cloud with us? So we can, so that is one of the suggestions which I want to give. The second suggestion which I want to give here is that governments, private investors, and venture capital firms should allocate more resources to the women entrepreneurs in deep tech to bridge the funding gap. So can we really do this? So if we can make, policies are there, but executions are not there. So that is my second suggestion on which we can further discuss that how can we really do it. The third thing is that we are really working, and all academies are working, and a lot of other institutions, even WHO is working, that featuring women leaders in conferences, publications, and leadership roles can inspire more women to join and thrive in the deep tech sectors. So these are the three areas where we can really, three strategies through which we can implement to bring the empower the women in the AI and the deep tech sectors. I would also like to say here that if you really talk about the empowering women in the deep tech and the AI, it is not only the matter of the gender equality. It is a strategic imperative for building a sustainable future. Because if you really say, as industries continue to adopt AI and other deep tech solutions, fostering diversity and inclusion will lead to more equitable, efficient, and impactful technological advancement there. Governments, educational institutions, and the private sectors must work together to break barriers, support women's participation, and harness their potential for a better world. By investing in women's contribution to AI and deep tech, we can pave way for a more innovative and sustainable future. So with all these words, I would like to participate in the further, discussions, and I would also apologize with my fellow panelists if I leave in between for another program. Please forgive me. I'll be there for half an hour there. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Viva. So the next panelist is Dr. Anusha Rai. She is the founder CEO of NanoSafe Solutions. She is an internationally acclaimed scientist with a PhD in IIT Delhi, and she has developed NanoSafe mask, India's first antimicrobial copper-treated mask, and AquaCure, advanced antimicrobial water storage solutions.
A very good afternoon, everyone. How's everyone doing? Happy Women's Day to all. So first of all, a big thank you to INSA for bringing us all together here. Let me start with a question. Who does a startup after a PhD? Nobody, right? That's me. So very less people does start a startup after a PhD, and less so women. So I am that crazy lot who first did a PhD and then started their own startup. So I'm Dr. Anasuya. Very generous introduction of me, but I'm just a material scientist from IIT Delhi, trying to break norms and trying to fit in an industry that is predominantly dominated by the male gender. So what we do at NanoSafe, so let me just talk about that a bit, and then I'll bring to the specific challenges that we faced at NanoSafe. So we are a material science company, and we deal with antimicrobial materials. So what we do is we take materials and introduce antimicrobial additives like silver, copper, etc. in it to make it antimicrobial. So our first product was the NSafe mask, which was launched in COVID times in 2020. We had exported to nearly all the 8+ countries and all the states of India. And right now what we do is we are in the B2B space. We make antimicrobial additives and give it to players like Sheela Foam, Astral water tanks, as well as Supreme water tanks, so that they can make their product antimicrobial. So I am someone from the startup space, A, which sees very less women. B, my customers are serving from traditional industries of textiles, polymers, and allied materials, in which perhaps 2% of the management is from the opposite gender. So I often am in a room in which there is just one woman, and that is generally me. So I'm quite used to it. So let me give you some numbers for women in startups and science, and these numbers are brutal. Less than 14% of STEM jobs in India belong to women. Of course, we have had the statistics from the morning. But hear this out. Only 2% of VC funding goes to women-led startups. Out of 92,000 Indian startups, only 18% have a woman co-founder. And in material sciences, women leaders are nearly invisible. We have not seen a material science unicorn in India as of now, and we are very ambitious to say that we would like to be the first material science unicorn in India. And that takes a lot of courage to even have that vision as a women-led startup in India. So, a very typical scenario when I walk into boardrooms pitching NanoSafe and NanoSafe's products to these traditional companies, I kind of face some questions. Of course, these are not brutally put. These are not these are subtly hidden behind, very fancily intricated sentences, but what they really mean is, who is the real decision maker? Is it you? Shouldn't you be in academia and not in the startup space, because we are all here to make money and women cannot understand money? Don't you have a male co-founder with you? So bias is real. These are not sentences that are hurled at me, but I do hear these sentences behind what they are asking me. So yes, biases are real. Funding, investors also hesitate. Networks very harder to access. I'll give you an example. So I was in Bangalore yesterday, so I landed yesterday last night. And I was at a Indian Polyurethane Association. It's an association of all the polyurethane. Polyurethane is what typically makes your mattress. So that association was there, and there were only 4 women in a room full of perhaps 80 men. So that is the number of women in traditional science. So material sciences in India is a very traditional business where father inherits, son inherits the business from father, so very less women participation. So that is the kind of rooms in which we pitch. It is the kind of biases that we have to break to make a sale or to make a transaction. So why do women in startups and science even matter? So if India had equal women workforce participation, GDP could rise by 770 million by 2025. So that's what we are talking about. Companies with women in leadership outperform their competitors by 25%. Even women-led startups generate higher revenue per dollar invested, but still they are struggling to raise funds. And these are statistics that are off the Google. So we aren't just a diversity checkbox. We bring new perspectives, better risk management, and innovations that serve wider markets. If you don't believe it, look at what we have done at NanoSafe. We turned copper into an antimicrobial powerhouse for a lot of materials, including plastic, textiles, and foams. We built a B2B model at a time when we did not have funding. And at the time when we already had 3 to 5 clients, and I'm not talking about small clients, I'm talking about clients like Astral Limited, who is a limited company, Sheila Foam, which is a limited company. When we had those kind of clients in our kitty, it was only then the investors could seriously look at us. And we closed our first round of funding about a year back, but still I will never forget the journey for what we faced for fundraising, because material science, very difficult domain, plus a woman, perhaps the most toughest. So definitely in the funding, we mentioned the funding gap in the morning, so definitely we will have fund more women-led startups. If 98% of the funding goes to men, we are killing half the potential unicorns even before we start. We should hire more in STEM. We should just stop saying that we can't find women candidates. We should open the doors. Mentorship matters, actually. One strong woman leader creates an entire pipeline of future women leaders. And to every woman here, own your space, speak louder, challenge norms, and take up more room. It is very easy to say in this room because I think 80% of people here are women, but it's very difficult when the numbers are flipped, right? It is important for you to speak up in those rooms, important for you to make your own space and your voices heard in those rooms. So today, let's just not celebrate Women's Day. Let's commit to changing the numbers. Let's commit to change the funding gap. Let's commit to break stereotypes. Because when women rise, India will rise. And that's all that we want as citizens here. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. So the next panelist is Ms. Sweta Tiwari, founder of Actress Business Solution. She is electronic engineer with MBA in international business, and Actress Solution develops customized computer vision and generative AI software for industrial safety, including agentic AI.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody, and a happy Women's Day. I see a lot of students as well as very bright and energetic leaders also on the dais. I am Swati, sorry, not Shweta, and I am not a doctor, which is there. So I am again a corporate professional who turned herself after leaving a job to a startup company, and that too in an exactly 180-degree side. Like I was basically from the power sector, power energy sector, and then shifted towards building the AI solutions. So about something which I never thought of understanding, though I was an electronic engineer. But slowly when I thought of doing my own startup, and main the reason why I did it was I was feeling bored and suffocated also in my corporate job, because at till this age of around 40 44, suddenly you start feeling that you have not done enough in your life. That this is a common feeling in, I think, everybody. Some may take some drastic step like me to leave the job and start thinking of doing something different. Some may just continue because of their own liabilities in their lives, and also everybody's life is in a different pace. So in 2014 I left my job, and then first I resigned, and then I thought, what should I do next? And being from a power sector, which is again a very male dominated, when I joined I was the first lady engineer in a private company in India. So I was always seen as a, like, you everybody goes to a zoo to see a endangered species. So the people used to see me that way. I got some good, you can say, backups also from my seniors, who used to think that I should go every 3 months of within 5 months to my hometown to look for a good marriage prospect. So I used to enjoy that holiday with my parents, come back after a good hiking and everything, and again back to office. And but yes, whatever Vartika ji said and whatever each of the member has told yet, the journey is difficult, especially when you are in a very male dominated sector. But really I don't have anything to complain. I enjoyed that journey because it gave me a tremendous you can say confidence also to grow further, and it never stopped me from taking the risks. Vartika said about the toilets, about going to the projects. Yes, her sector was energy, my sector was power. So there also we used to climb a lot, and without any toilets, without any proper food. So that was fine. So when I shifted from the sector to a software sector, and literally I had no idea of what exactly AI was. And why I decided to come in that is again for some search of ideas which I can implement in the industries which I have served, that is power, energy, infrastructure. So I had literally a job experience of around 26 years before I changed. So the pain areas were known to me. So when I started my activities in the AI sector, I first started with something like computer vision analytics. That is finding defects on transmission lines from the drone images. The first of my pilot was done somewhere in 2016 for one of the 400 kV transmission line, and we gave the result to the client, who was incidentally that time my first client in this segment was Adani. So, but somehow I found that the sector where I was trying to enter in the AI was not exactly too ready for it. Right now, people still talk of defect detection on transmission line on the large assets and from the images of the drones and all that. But we did way back. So I slightly shifted my uh, focus from drone images to CCTV images. So we started finding solutions for the CCTV images where it can be useful again for the large sector. So we entered into the domain of safety, human safety. So we started doing a lot of monitoring for the safety from the CCTV feeds in oil and gas, energy, power sector, like finding the missing PPs, fire detections, different SOP based detections of violations, where the human safeties are basically are safety as well as process violations are fully captured. So we still do that. We have been doing a lot for companies like Tata Steel, Tata Power. We were the first one to do any POC, the successful POC with ONGC for fire detection. And slowly again, when we were comfortable with doing the computer vision analytics, again we took a turn towards agentic AI. We were also in the market, we were seeing the solutions. Yes, everybody was talking of generative AI. So the first thing was to learn what exactly is a generative AI, because computer vision was cool for us by that time. So for literally 6 months, we studied about the generative AI and also finding the purpose in generative AI for the sectors which we were comfortable in, power, energy, etc. So now we built literally a industrial GPT, you can say, for human safety, and it is somewhere, it is reaching to the last mile worker. It may be a technician, unskilled worker, or anybody who wants to learn and implement the safety in their life. Now, we are talking of Gen Z here. Many people sitting here from the Gen Z. Uh, Hopefully here students are PhD, so that means they are studying a lot. But there are many students and many youngsters who are working in the industrial domain, who are more comfortable in understanding any technology or any process through a YouTube or through some sort of interactive way instead of reading through the books. So now when we have created this industrial GPT, they have to just ask the question to their mobile or on the web page, whatever they want, about different SOPs. SOPs are, you can say, there are different processes in industries, there are always a lot of procedures to be followed, whether it is safety, whether it is how to run a process. So what we intend to bring the learning through the industrial GPT, so that even the person sitting at the remotest location can learn about different process which he has to also go through in his own work process. For example, uh, we see a distribution network, 11 kV distribution network. Okay, the last mile person is a lineman. So lineman, we are talking of safely climb karo, ye karo, wo karo. He is listening to it, but it is not registering fully in his mind, because that is how the Gen Z is. You can talk to your daughters, sons, telling them hundreds of things, but whatever is interesting to them, that will only go inside their head. So now through this technology, through the what we have combined virtual reality. We have created AI agents who are with whom they can interact, ask different questions, learning through the different virtual reality videos, all on their mobile or in their own language. It is multilingual. Like, so we have basically integrated lot of thing. VR, image processing, Then apart from that, other generative AI solutions, and also the uh, language barrier also we have created. The person, if he is Odia, he can ask the different questions, because then nobody is judging them. They get the answer, they are learning, and the best way of any safety compliance is only when the person learns about all the repercussions which are there with the safety, if unsafe practices are followed. So this platform, now this is platform is will be adopted by Tata Power as a complete on their company basis. Already the branding and other things are going on, but this is how the AI can play the role. It can impact lot of people to the last, you can say, in the industrial scenario, from the CEO to the last worker, everybody can have a different learning platform for them. So ChatGPT cannot be too customized based on your company's requirement. What we do is the customized solutions for the companies. So that is the difference, which is which AI can make. Then what ma'am has told, as a startup, what she has told is absolutely right. There are many women founders, that is there, but people, the women in the tech are the last person to get any funding from the VCs, because again there are a lot of questions about it. आपकी टीम क्या है? Who is going to be your successor? Are you going to are you able to travel to the remotest location to understand the problems? And the ultimately it is some sort of unsaid rule कि women founders को funding नहीं आती है somehow. And when we are talking of AI and ML also, there's another thing which the problem is, we talk of lot of funding from SIDBI and CGT MSc, but none of it comes to the software or the service industry. It is more, because it comes through bank, so it is more towards the companies who are making the products, hardware products, not the software. So sorry, I think I have taken that time a lot, but this is what I do. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. So we go next to Smita Mishra. She is a leader in ESG and sustainability and founder of Pandora Technology, which blends generative AI helps to implement ESG framework in the SDG framework in the industry. And she has got international recognition. She has got invitation to attend COP29 and India's representative in G20 2022 at Bali. Please.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Happy International Women's Day to everyone, men and women both. I'm sure every man around here relates with at least a couple of women and wants to see them thrive. So, and thank you, INSA, for having me here. I understand we are at short of time, so I'm going to try to rush through what I want to speak. And if there is anything you want to talk to me specifically, we can do in audience Q&A or later on. So I'm Smita Mishra. That Smita Mishra Pandey is actually Smita Pandey Mishra. Not a doctor yet, but I'm trying very hard to be one. I represent Pandora Technologies, which is a startup that works with investors, fund managers, and their portfolio companies to integrate sustainability in their businesses. When I say their portfolio companies, that's obviously one aspect of it, but besides that, we do work with large enterprises, SMEs on their specific cases. So sustainability, when I say every sustainability business has to have a driver. Large enterprises have regulatory as driver. Startups have funds as drivers. SMEs don't fall into regulatory or are not raising funds, but they may fall into the value chain. And therefore, a large enterprise may ask them to follow sustainability. So there are various drivers why a business is probably going towards it, why a VC is going towards it. If they raise funds from a development funds, they need to be working on sustainability, establishing the ESG risks, and making sure their financial investments are protected against those. So that's what we work with. So we started with, of course, a technology platform, the SaaS platform, which did not go very well because the GTM, the go-to-market, was not achieved. We kept on evolving it. So meanwhile, we worked as consulting services, started to talk to our customers, validated, understood what they need, and eventually built a platform which now caters very well. At least the parts we could automate, we have automated, and now we are, of course, making it more smarter with machine reading of documentations, having Gen AI enabled in various use cases, and we'll talk about that very quickly. And that's now really working. At least from the traction that we see, it's very positive. Just to take you through the journey, what I mean by fund managers is the investors, who invest in startups. They need to see the ESG due diligence. So they ask before they are investing, they come to us and say, can you do the due diligence for these portfolio companies we are about to invest? Our job is to very clearly identify the potential environmental, societal, and corporate governance risks in those portfolio companies, highlight them and share with them, and help these portfolio companies there onwards close on these gaps and stay aligned with the expectation on ESG, and overall sustainability, not only by the investor, but generally by the global trend, because it's not about just one investor in this journey. It's about who's going to be your next investor. It's going to be about who's your next customer. If it's a large enterprise, it doesn't matter if you're a small startup. If it's a Novartis, which is a pharmaceutical, they'll clearly ask, what's your ESG score? What's your rating? It doesn't matter if you're a startup. So there is no other driver but your potential customer to adopt sustainability. So we help our startups to cover on those. Now, as I've talked about these, in this whole journey, a lot of this environmental, what is sustainability really, whether it is for investor or businesses? It's just becoming more responsible. And becoming more responsible means being more accountable, more transparent, having more data to present, and being able to stand with your data, which means there's a lot more data which is now being created. And that is where we understood that there is a scope for us to leverage Gen AI, generally AI also. We realized that we could do a lot. We could add a lot of efficiency in our system by adding AI into it. So we started to look at some models. Of course, we started with just the typical ChatGPT integrations and user sending their questions into it and getting the prompts. We then started to look at, but because our job was more about environmental governance, social governance, corporate governance, all of this means a lot of data, a lot of comparison, industry benchmarking, regulatory data validation. We had to compare a lot of things. So we started to use models we started to look at models like Perplexity, which is of course more expensive. We looked at Llama, which is open source and a little cheaper. We looked at Cohere, we looked at Cloud. All of them seem to be reasonable. And of course, we are still in that process of finalizing. We are tilting towards, it's okay to start with Llama and then see if it's working, then we'll go to Perplexity and pay. So that's the stage where we are right now. If any of you is interested in implementing AI in your businesses or your programs, just a very brief outline on it is, know your use case, exact use case, what you want. Put in the inputs that you want for that. What is it that you need out of those AI programs? And then start writing the prompts for it. Then put the guardrails on how that data will really be curated to give you that information. So that's a general model. And then try this on various models. You will yourself see the response and be able to compare which is the model that I should use. So that's what we were doing. Our use cases currently are data integrity, EHS audit, something that Swati talked about. A little bit of that, and sentimental analysis, where data integrity is because our platform means nothing if it's garbage in, garbage out. We have to make sure that the data whoever is putting in right. But how do I know that your company's data that you are putting is correct? So I have to make sure that I have some industry benchmarks, comparisons that I do at my end. I put in some allowances, percentages. So if in a particular month you have spent 100 units of or consumed 100 units of energy from any of the sources, if it's more than 10%, which is probably the allowance, then you may want to set an alert. Why is it increasing or decreasing so much? So things like that. EHS audit is where we are trying to predict the potential workforce incidents and machine breakdowns to be able to increase efficiency at warehouses levels, manufacturing unit levels. And the third use case we are working on is sentimental analysis, wherein we are taking inputs from documents like board meetings, MOMs, minutes of meeting, to be able to do some kind of assessment of what they're speaking, what is actually happening in the public space, what is the information in public space versus what is being discussed inside the boardroom. Are they same? Is the company being transparent? Fraud detection, so a lot of the information and data that may have inconsistency across the corporate governance, we are trying to use our sentimental analysis to do fraud detection. And at the last, greenwashing. So making sure that all that you are actually trying to do or saying that you are doing is getting validated by some information, some data, through some source across. So that's the 3 use cases we are working on. Where do we go from here? Our ideal thought was, as we are working on VCs, we would want to expand to PEs. VCs have like 1,000 crores, 2,000 crores fund. PEs would have like $100 billion funds. But no, we are taking a step back. We're going to work towards financed emissions with microfinances and NBFCs. That's the area we are now looking to work on. And just to expand my experience into the theme of the conference and very quickly conclude, there are challenges, and much like what Professor Ashutosh Sharma sir said in the morning about the long shadow that is being cast by any technology. So we are really thrilled because we see tremendous opportunity with Gen AI, with what all we can do with our data. But there is a dark side of the technology, and we all have to be careful about it. We all have to understand how can we use this AI responsibly. But besides that one, that's an ongoing story for all kinds of technology. But what are the other challenges that we are working on, particularly as a woman founder, woman in technology, woman in AI, woman in sustainability? I would say they're very common to what we have always faced. AI doesn't really bring a new kind of set of difficulties for women in terms of, other than of course the inherent biases in the algorithms, but they are still the same. So funding we have already enough discussed. $100 billion was the fund that, what startups raised in 2024, only the AI startups. Any guesses of what would have been the fund received by women founders there? Barely 18 billion, which means with all the, so many engineers, so many people being there in technology space, we're still not even 1/5 there. But that's still a respectable number. I'm sure if we go drill down deeper overall on funding side, we're still not there. Particularly for women-led startups, we should do more. Second is networking and mentoring. A lot of people have spoken about, and it will be, a lot of people will probably say, how does that really matter? It does matter. Making heroes out of your women leaders is very important, because when that happens, at least as a founder, it becomes easier for me to hire brighter people who would believe in my credibility. And events like this, where a woman is allowed to speak on technology topics or is invited to do that, is a place where we build credibility. So I would say that's much needed. And towards the end, of course, we are losing talent and knowledge. We talked about the leaky funnels of losing a lot of women through the process, as Dr. Vartika had mentioned. But the one solution, or the opportunity that I would talk about here is, I'll take just plus 2 minutes. Yeah. One thing that I would like to really talk about is what Dr. Chandrima had mentioned earlier. She nailed it, parental guidance, but parental guidance not only for helping their girl childs out, but also for their boy children, and really making a society which is more inclusive, safe for women to network and talk. There is no amount, you cannot replace the amount of knowledge discussion that happens from a group of discussions, where a group is discussing. And if you're not letting your children do that, particularly because it's unsafe to be around there, the child is losing on a lot. And I would highly recommend that parents allow children to do that, and girls become more strong and tough to be able to handle any kind of adversaries. Finally, the 3 opportunities that I see in this space as AI is AI infrastructure. We've talked about it, the hardware, wherein there are a lot of chips. There are going to be fast processors, laptops, machines, coolants, all of them being required. AI security, because AI is hallucinating most of the time. And we need to be able to, really figure out what is the truth. And the other problem is, with it's all hallucination, a lot of people misusing it. We really can't let half of our population not be in the same area or same speed of adopting that technology. So half of the people don't understand the technology, half of them are barely using it, half of them have already started misusing them. So we need to be able to help people to really come up to the speed. And final point is there are a lot of industry-specific AIs coming up. What I am doing right now here is, for example, AI in sustainability. Similarly, there is AI in logistics. Similarly, there is AI in healthcare, pharmacy, financial, any place where there's a lot of data and that could really help you de-risk the process. There will be AI that could be leveraged. So yeah, thanks. That's all at my end. Thank you so much.
So our next panelist is Dr. Professor Shefali Gulati from the Department of Pediatrics, All India Institute of Medical Science. She works on childhood neurological disorders. She has all the national and international recognition, so I would request her to come.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Chairperson, sir, and I thank Professor Ashutosh, sir, first for inviting me, and secondly, because I'm juggling 4 meetings today, so he's accommodated from the next panel to this panel, but he didn't know that the AI is very close to my heart, and I am leading an SIG for International Child Neurology Association for AI in Child Neurology, and I'm also co-chair of ICRA for healthcare. So basically, I'm the odd one out, it seems, although DR term was there, but that's from a health side, I seem to be the odd one out. But I feel that in healthcare, you can have from self-care, prevention, wellness. Number 2 can be triaging and diagnosis. Number 3, the AI can be used for diagnostics. Number 4, for helping, aiding the clinical decision making. Number 5, the care delivery. And 6 will be the chronic care management after the prognostication. So I think this is all what you can involve AI in all. For the last many decades, like we've been working on neurological and neurodevelopmental disorders, to be precise, focusing on neurodevelopmental disorders. So you can do screening. So we have been collaborating. So the glitch and the most important thing is collaboration with those technology institutes. So you have to have, which means physicians and the scientists together getting is very, very important. And the examples of the AI which we have used has been collaborations, because we are talking about what we need for the children with special needs, and the technology part, I cannot go into the development, so I have to collaborate with the right people. And I think sitting together is something important, which I think we should take home, that the scientists and the physicians have to be together when you're doing the healthcare thing. So like for screening, we have worked with IIIT Delhi, and we have had Hindi-speaking children interact with humanoid robots, and we have developed some ML-based algorithm for diagnosis that is under patent, and it's already published. So we have also, made, the eye tracking. We have used eye tracking, eye gaze, recording the interaction of the child with the parent, and with all these technologies, we have developed one product which is START, along with the University of Reading and Manchester from the UK, and and IIT Mumbai was also involved in that. So that is helping in early pickup of children with autism spectrum disorders. That is something very important. Along with CDAC Delhi and CDAC Trivandrum, we've been working with brain-computer interface to trying to make children who are cognitively not that well, so as to interact and are able to speak. Similarly, we are also working on alternative augmentative communication strategies, and AI is in a very big format in that. With IIT Delhi, we have a long-term collaboration, and all these have come up in part of the Center of Excellence and Advanced Research on Childhood Neurodevelopmental Disorders, which we have in Child Neurology Division, Department of Pediatrics, AIMS, by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and partially through funding from CSR funding from IAFCL Company Limited. And we have developed virtual reality and augmented reality-based products. So we have tried to improve the prediction skills in place of the time and the position, and improving the joint attention of children with autism spectrum disorders. And we have already validated them. The products have been made, they have piloted, they have been done RCTs, so they are fit for use. Regarding SLD, dyslexia, so we have developed the remedial intervention program. First, we developed a hardware, we developed copies made in classrooms, showed in fMRI that the language areas do improve. Then we, along with IIT, made an AI-enabled platform, and with that again we did another RCT, and we have concluded that the language networks improve on fMRI besides the improvement. So those things have been already tested, and we are now using them on a routine service mode. Along with the another IT, again we had a collaboration, and we are trying to have a AI based algorithm has been made to establish, assess the gait pattern, so that you can have gait training of children with cerebral palsy. So there are so many ways which we are doing, and which is actually possible by having this connection. And with the WHO basis, we are trying to link all the screening tools we have developed and validated, and all the diagnostic tools along with the intervention programs, so that that can be given from a on a large space perspective. So AI is something which is very, very important, and can change, and can make it more accessible to people. That is something what we have to understand. Last 30-40 seconds, I would just try to reiterate one or two points about Women Day. I think a woman should be celebrated every day rather than on International Women's Day. You remember there today, everybody calls, so I mean everything happens, but what about the other days? When you have a starting line, for a man it is right, you don't have any obstacle, but already you are tens of obstacles in front of a woman, which has to be understood. And very rightly pointed out, we are actually failing in raising our children. We are raising our female, our girls, telling that you have to be empowered, but we are not raising our boys that they should be accepting empowerment. That's the basic fallacy in us only. So I think that is something very, very important, and one has to have a belief in oneself. And the theme this year is empower every woman with equity, progress, and inclusion, so that there is universal rights and opportunity for every woman can contribute. And the strongest action for a woman is to love herself, be herself, and shine amongst those who never thought that she could succeed. And that is something very important. You have to believe in yourself. Nobody is going to come and then you don't have to look that these are obstacles. Look at the ways you can overcome those obstacles, and then you will definitely succeed. Thank you so much for your patient listening, and thank you for the opportunities. I'm sorry, I will have to go have a talk in AIMS now. Yeah, thank you so much.
So we have next panelist is Dr. Rasmi Sharma. She is head National Council of Science, Technology, Communication, and she heads a very interesting initiative, Science Communication, and very ambitious Science and Heritage Research Initiative cell in DST. Dr. Sharma.
A very good afternoon to all. First of all, I would like to thank INSA for providing me this opportunity. And as my previous speaker has said that women should be celebrated every day. So I just received this quote today morning that behind every successful woman is herself. And that is very true. Because if it is us, like we have to break the boundaries, we have to come ahead and come out of our shells if we want to attain any goal, or if we have to showcase our willingness towards work and commitment towards work. So behind every successful woman is herself. And congratulations to all of you who have come on this Saturday and has joined us. So this shows your commitment towards your goals and ambitions and aspirations. We have been talking about the data since morning, and we have seen Professor Sood has mentioned about the data of women in STEM, which is about 42.7% are enrolled in higher education institutions. And then there is a downfall from masters to PhDs, and subsequently after that R&D and in the leading positions. But if you see that 10 years back or 15 years back, 2010, the data was like only 13% of the women were the PIs of the R&D projects, but now it has improved upon to 25%. So we are leading towards gender parity. And then also the data for women in science in R&D was 13%, and now we are 18.6%. So it is all because of the commitment of the Department of Science and Technology. We have a specialized program, scheme, division, which is working towards this goal to fulfill this goal of gender parity. We have various schemes and programs, as mentioned by Dr. Shaha, Chandrima Shaha, that we need to have the mentorship programs for the parents also. So in Vigyan Jyoti, which is basically meant for capturing the young girls who are studying in the schools from 9th to 12th standard. So this initiative has been taken up to 300 districts across the country, and 82,000 girls have been benefited out of this. And this is the program where you empower these girls who have shown their meritorious performance in their schools, and their counseling is also given to their parents, so that they are given that what kind of opportunities, knowledge about what kind of opportunities are there in this sector, means the STEM, and how their girls will be excelling in this initiatives. So this endeavor is also there for with us, and I think maybe we need to maybe enhance it and propagate it a little more, so that women have, the girls have more, they should come forward for taking up the STEM as a career, because that has to be imbibed among them since when they are young. Then we talked about breaking the ceilings. We have seen recently in the last few years, we have seen Dr. Chandrima Saha taking up the President INSA role. We have seen Dr. Kalai Selvi being the first DG of CSIR. And then we have also seen Dr. Soumya Swaminathan taking up the DG ICMR. So these are the role models which we have available with all of us. And we can, these things will be enhancing further, because I can tell you in Department of Science and Technology, when I joined 14 years back, there were very few women, only I think 12 or 13 women were there, but now we are 40 out of 100, so which makes it to be 40%. And Anusuya has mentioned about a room full of men, 80 men sitting in the room, and only 4 representation of those who are working in the area of materials. We have seen the conferences or any programs of the government also, where the dais was occupied by men, but now we can see many, like a few women at least, they are on the dais. So the change is happening, and thanks to the leaders like Professor Sharma, because I still remember during the National Science Day celebration in India International Center during COVID, when he realized that on the dais they were all men sitting, so he invited me to be there, because I was looking after the program called Augmenting Writing Skills for Articulating Research, and I was the program in charge of that particular program. So he invited me to sit there, and that was one of the opportunities given by Professor Sharma to me. And this is like how we need our support system to be built up, and the men who are working, they should also encourage their colleagues, and the boys who are studying in the higher educational institution, they should encourage the girls who are studying with them, and they should encourage their ideas, and they should also encourage their deliberations with them. So they should not shy away with their countering of their whatever they are speaking. If they counter, the girls are countering their opinions, so they should also encourage that. So we have, I mentioned about the Vigyan Jyoti program, which is for girls in schools, 9th to 12th standards. Then we also have infrastructure program for women-only universities, and we have supported around 11 women universities across India, where women-only universities means where only the girls, young girls are studying science and technology. So those infrastructure has already been created, because many of the time we have seen socially we want still in the rural areas, the parents want their girls to be studying in women-only universities. It still hesitate that their girls should be going to co-educational institutions. So we are empowering those universities so that they get the equal opportunity to get better infrastructure, so that they learn more and they can do the research and development also. We are conducting various
workshops on AI, robotics, and other areas, upcoming areas, so that they learn those areas also. So what I get from the data was presented that only 18% women-led startups are there. So we have given a call of technology business incubators for women-only technology business incubators recently. So I am sure that if we take these kind of initiatives further, so these kind of changes, like the enhancement in the number of women-led startups, will also take up in next few years to come, because as we are seeing the change which is happening in last 15 years, which has happened, so I think the government of India's initiatives will lead to change. And it was mentioned that we should, I hope that we can start I have seen many programs like Technovations for girls, which are being conducted by various US-based companies to enhance the participation of girls in technology-led innovations. So maybe a dedicated program like that for the girls at school level should be started, so that we can take up their innovative spirit further, and then maybe an incubation system. So we would like to have a network which is there available at INSA also. Right now we are having many women. So if you all can come forward and take this responsibility to nurture these young girls, maybe we can design a program for young students, girls in the school itself, where we can create maybe a competition kind of a thing, where we can give the capacity building of these girls on technology-led innovations, and then give them support. And then competition can be created where we can select the best ideas and then specifically take them further for entrepreneurship. So that is what I propose. Maybe so once again, I would like to congratulate all of you on International Women's Day. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rasmi. So we have the last panelist for the day is Dr. Tripti Somani, who is a social entrepreneur. In the interest of time, I would request her to just complete in 2 to 3 minutes. I'm really sorry for this thing. Please.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much, Ashutosh sir, for inviting me, and INSA for such a beautiful program. It was wonderful listening to everyone and the content, of course. I will be talking about a little different thing than startup. With startup, I think I've already, my journey has been a chartered accountant, worked with PwC, Grant Thornton, started my own company, multiple companies now, technology. But I think what is close to my heart is something I would like to share with you in another 1 minute and leave the podium for you. I think whatever you do, I don't know how many of you have seen Fly Me to the Moon. Okay, I don't know how many of you, but whatever we are doing, there is a branding and marketing which is very important. And more than that is the community leadership. आप कुछ भी करें, एंटरप्रेन्योर बने, प्रोफेशनली आप कहीं जॉब करें, या फिर आपने सोशल एक्टिविस्ट हो, जो भी आप चूज़ करें, आई थिंक कम्युनिटी लीडरशिप हमने देख लिया है कि कोविड में क्या काम आया. पैसा काम नहीं आया, नाम काम नहीं आया, पर जो आप सर्कल में थे, जिस कम्युनिटी के सर्कल में थे, दैट इज़ वेरी रेलिवेंट. सो as women innovator, we are working in 100 cities of India today. We need women like you. You're sitting there in the white shirt, taking photographs. But what is more important, have you researched? I mean, we have so many good panelists today. How many of you have researched कि आज जो लोग थे आप उनसे क्या बात करोगे? I know आज क्वेश्चन आंसर का आपको टाइम नहीं मिला, but when they move out, are you ready? गूगल बाबा यूज़ करके आए हो कि नहीं आए हो? आए हो? ठीक है, चलो मैम बताइएगा कौन कौन अच्छे क्वेश्चन पूछ रहे हैं. बट आफ्टर दैट कम्युनिटी लीडरशिप के लिए आप लोग क्या कर रहे हो? आप कोई भी काम करो, कम्युनिटी लीडरशिप से आप रेवेन्यू कमा सकते हो. आज मे बी मैं सामान जो ऐश्वर्या राय एक प्रमोट करते हो ना खरीदूँ, लेकिन आपके साथ बैठी हुई आपकी फ्रेंड अगर कुछ यूज़ करती है, कुछ चीज़ आपको पसंद आती है, आप वो ज़रूर खरीदोगे। क्यों खरीदोगे? क्योंकि वो आपसे झूठ नहीं बोलेगी। आपको पता है कि ई कॉमर्स का जो चैलेंज है रिटर्न्स का, वो आपको नहीं आएगा। सो एनी बिजनेस, एनी सोशल एक्टिविस्ट, यू नीड टू बी अ कम्युनिटी पर्सन। एंड सो एज वुमेन वेटर, हमने हर सिटी में हर सेक्टर का एक कम्युनिटी लीडर बनाया। इट कुड बी अ मैन और वुमेन। हमने इंश्योर किया कि आप 100 वुमेन को, क्योंकि मैम बोल रही थी कि नेटवर्किंग अपॉर्चुनिटी, थाउजेंड्स ऑफ इवेंट्स आर हैपनिंग टुडे। आर यू सर्चिंग एंड गोइंग टू द राइट इवेंट? एंड इफ़ नॉट, आप में से कितने लोग वो इवेंट क्रिएट कर सकते हैं? आई कैन गारंटी यू एवरी वन सिटिंग योर, आई थिंक 50-60 लोग हो, 80 हो, 80 इवेंट्स कर सकते हो क्या? हाँ कर सकते हैं, विद अ ज़ीरो कॉस्ट। टाई अप विद अ कॉलेज, tie up with the association, bring 100 women around you. It could be your aunties, colleagues. You bring them together, conduct a event, give them an opportunity. We want every woman in a village to a rural woman to a urban woman to come on stage and speak. Can you do that for me today? आपके थ्रू, आप तो आ गए, आपके थ्रू कितने लोग आ सकते हैं आज इकोसिस्टम में? क्योंकि वो शायद सिर्फ अपने बच्चों के लिए ही मेहनत करते करते रह गए हैं, लाइक यू। आज आप लोग हैं क्योंकि योर मदर्स आर वर्किंग हार्ड। कैन यू ब्रिंग दोज मदर्स ऑन स्टेज? Yes or no? Yeah, you have to bring those mothers on the stage. Make sure they're speaking, sharing their challenges, what they have made, who they have made, and what they have made of themselves. We support them, we incubate them. We have a 6 months program. Ma'am was talking about incubating and supporting women. We are the first among the 7 top incubator today, and the only woman incubator, bootstrapped, incubated 200 women startups, and still bootstrapped because there is no scheme to support a private institution who is virtually incubating, because women, they don't have time, ma'am, to come to an incubator. They need virtual incubation. And so we are the only exclusive partner for Amazon Global to take women-owned products to global market. You have to reach to global market. You need a finance collaborate, like all of them said. साथ में काम करो, आगे अकेलापन नहीं महसूस होगा अगर सक्सेस भी मिले। थैंक यू सो मच, एंड आई easily available on LinkedIn. My name is Tripti Shingal Samani. Google, use LinkedIn for your professional career, for your entrepreneur career, क्योंकि सब लोग आज LinkedIn पे रिप्लाई करते हैं। थैंक यू सो मच।
Yeah, so let me thank all the panelists. As you saw, they are real experience. They have really reached the frontiers in their area, broken a lot of glass ceilings, and we expect many more women will do that, and we would all collectively provide that environment. And I am sorry, because of the interest of time, we are not able to take questions. Maybe during lunch or something, you should try to catch each of them and have questions. So I think we'll end the session. We are really late, so he will take over.
Yeah, time is short. Thanks to the chair and all the panelists for such thought-provoking points on today's theme. To conclude the panel, by addressing the challenges and providing opportunities for education, mentorship, and funding, we can unlock the full potential of women in tech and drive positive change as a whole. So now we would like to felicitate the chair and all the panelists of the session. First, I would like to request Professor Ashutosh Sharma, Sir, President INSA, to please felicitate Dr. Debashish Mohanty, chair of the panel. Sir, please. Thank you so much, sir. For the felicitation of the other panelists, I would like to request Dr. Kinkini Dasgupta Mishra, Scientist F, Indian National Science Academy, New Delhi, to please come on the dais and felicitate our distinguished panelists.
Why can't I felicitate them? No.
So you please. So So we are extremely glad that Professor Ashutosh Sharma, President INSA, would like to felicitate all the panelists of the session. Thank you so much, sir. Swati Tiwari, Managing Director, Octrus Business Solutions first. Dr. Onosua Roy, Chief Executive Officer, NanoSafe Solutions. Smita Mishra Pandey, Founder and Chief Executive Officer, Fandoro Technologies, Gurugram. Dr. Rashmi Sharma, Head, National Council for Science and Technology Communication, Division, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. Tripti Singhal Somani, Social Entrepreneur. Thank you. Thanks to you all. Now I request all the dignitaries on the dais to please take your seats in the audience before moving to the next session of today's program. Yeah.
जल्दी खत्म करेंगे.
Yeah.
Right, because कितना 1 घंटे का था.
हाँ.
इसको 10 मिनट में खत्म कर दो.
Okay, sir, let me say. Yeah. So the next session of today's program is an interactive session of INSA Fellows, Associates and INSA Women Associates. The topic is Role of Academies in Promoting Women in STEM. The perennial underrepresentation of women in STEM fields is a glaring anomaly that necessitates a paradigmatic shift in our approach to fostering inclusivity and diversity in these domains. By providing a platform for women's voices to be heard and their experiences to be validated, we can begin to chip away at the entrenched patriarchal structures that have long dominated these fields. So with this, I would request to chair of the panel to be pleased on the dais, Professor Ashutosh Sharma, President INSA, and Dr. Shubhra Chakravarti, former Director, National Institute of Plant Genome Research, New Delhi, as co-chair of the session. Professor Ashutosh Sharma is an institute chair professor at IIT Kanpur and president of INSA. He was secretary, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, and co-chaired Science 20 under G20. He established IIT Kanpur's Nanosciences and Advanced Imaging Centers. A PhD from sunny Buffalo, he has held global research roles. His interdisciplinary work spans nanotechnology, biomaterials, and interfaces. Yeah, and with 350 plus papers and 15 plus patents. I would request Sir and Dr. Shubhra Chakravarti to please be on the dais. As the distinguished panelists
Everybody
of this
please
session,
come to dais, whoever you see your name, please come here.
Yeah, Dr. Ilora Sen, Fellow of Indian National Science Academy, National Brain Research Center, Professor Anita Das, Fellow of Indian National Science Academy, Department of Physics, Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi, Professor Neetu Singh, INSA Associate Fellow, Faculty, Center for Biomedical Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. Dr. Dhania C.T., INSA Associate Fellow and Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. So I request all the panelists to take your seat on the dais. And now the stage is yours. Over to you all.
So you see, welcome. I mean, welcome. I have to thank and congratulate all the people who are still here, and it's getting very close, very close to lunchtime. What's the time now? So we have to be a little bit dynamic about our program, and adopt as we go. What? 2:15. So we should have ended by now, isn't it? So with your consent, should we end it now? Okay. No? Right. So anyways, see, there was something else. After that, I said I'm supposed to sum up, closing remarks, summing up by me. So I would combine now what I say now and the closing. Okay. So that will save some time. And this whole program was supposed to be 1 hour. We would do it in 15 minutes. Would that be okay? Yes. Right? Perfect. Everybody agrees with it. So, so let me do a bit of summing up as well as capture some thoughts. So the stuff we are discussing is what is the role of academies in order to promote women scientists. So what's the role? That's so I think it's it's very it doesn't require actually 1 hour of discussion. And so each one of us, we can just say a couple of things about actionable items, about what an academy needs to do in order to promote, encourage, mentor, scout women scientists, network them. So this is the purpose of academy, is to mentor, is to scout, is to network, is to promote in some ways, our fellowship and our people. So we already discussed the fact as to why we need all this diversity, inclusion, equity. Is it lip service, or does it have some content? Of course, it has great content, and it was pointed out that 50% of economy is, of course, has to be run by 50% of the population, and if we are not engaging them to their true potential, then we are not having that economic impact. But of course, it goes beyond that. It goes far beyond that. It's about the purpose of life and everything for everybody. And so how do we make sure that everybody finds their level of equilibrium? It's also about the fact that diversity is a bulwark against any adversity under changing circumstances. So if we were all optimal copies of each other, then the first virus that kills me will kill you as well, all of us together. So therefore, we need different perspectives, we need different solutions, we need to recognize different problems, and for that we need diversity and so on. So now, the diversity we are talking about here is gender. So there is, of course, let me sum up, stuff that I heard in this place and in various places. So what I was thinking about, there is gender bias, of course, and stereotypes. There is the lack of representation and role models. So I'm just going like what is called telegraphic language. Now, most of you don't know what telegraph is and what telegraphic language means. This is from the times when you had to pay for each word that you write down there. So therefore, telegraphic language, I'm just summarizing that in 3 minutes. A lack of representation and role models. So why am I saying all this? Because I'm first enumerating the gap areas. And so if we understand what the gap areas are, then we understand what the solutions are. So lack of representation and role models, work-life balance, which is harder for women than it is for men, because I know being a man, we don't work around the house. I'm not washing something or other, which is a very bad thing. But access to resources and funding, harassment and bullying, and even I count in that patronizing also, because another way of putting somebody down. So if you treat them with extra care, so there's a bit of patronizing. So expectations and family pressure. This is what I say, the problem of Mia, Bibi, or Wo. Now, Wo is a mother-in-law, okay, in this particular case. Um, then we have cultural and social biases, safety and security aspects, and not having access to all these facilities. Vartika had talked about the fact that toilets were not available. In fact, even now, many places, of course, that is a problem. Balancing traditional and modern expectations, which is a psychological aspect. A lack of support for caregivers, because I know, for example, in my own life, that my generation has to provide support for two generations. That might change in the future. So you have the next gen and you have the previous gen, and both of them basically depend on whole lot of time depend the women in the house or the middle generation. So that the stereotypes after marriage and children, I've often heard this, hey, अब तो काम तो क्या करेंगे, अब तो शादी हो गई. I mean, others are saying that, not the women saying this, right? कहेंगे कि अरे busy with children and stuff, right? So these stereotypes, they pull you down. Career advancement often and glass ceiling. Early part of career may be going okay, but you go beyond a certain place up here. This is what you call glass ceiling. Become difficult to crack it, which is why I was so happy and impressed with people like Vartika Shukla that we had in the morning, because this is totally have been a male domain. Engineers India Limited, all very hard hat engineering stuff there. Then the peer networking, not as many opportunities. I mean, men go around drinking beer every night, not every night, but at least once a week. And then, but women are kind of left out for several reasons. So that peer networking and stuff, which also contributes to professional advancement in many places, that's a problem. The mental health and stress that it all generates, how do you actually address that? And so finally, cultural aspects. And it was mentioned by Rashmi, said Vigyan Jyoti. I remember seeding that particular program to address the gap area, the cultural aspects that happen in high school. So everybody is told, look, if you are a woman, then you don't do engineering, you don't do engineering in IITs and stuff like that. You do some soft options. So how do we change their opinion about it? Of course, in addition to providing economic support and providing coaching and all of that stuff, the cultural transformation is very important. And for that, in that particular scheme, we put in the fact that it's not only a scheme for women in high school, but also for their parents and also for their teachers. So all of them have to be on board in order for this to happen. So, okay, solutions, mentorship programs are important. And when I'm saying all of this stuff, a lot of this is happening actually in INSA. So because we want to come to the fact that what can academies do about it. So the mentorship programs are very important. Diversity and inclusion initiatives of any kind are very important. Of course, flexible work hours are very helpful, but that's not in the domain of academy. The funding opportunities, certainly in terms of policy matters, academy can make strong recommendations about, for example, what the funding opportunities, and there were special funding opportunities for women scientists in SCRB, in DST, and now in NRF that they would come up. Harassment and bullying, certainly that, academy has these practices. There's an ethics panel, and if there's any, these things have to be taken seriously. And so it depends on, who is running the place. We have to celebrate women's achievements, and we do that. To just give you some idea, here are some recent books published by the academy, which are either about women scientists or written by women scientists. These are fantastic books, Women Shaping Scientific Frontiers, right? A very, very useful book. Here is about women and science, and examination of women's access to and retention in scientific careers. Very burning problem indeed. Here is this book. And of course, the famous book called Jiddi, right? So we want people to be Jiddi, we especially want women to be Jiddi. So, and this actually, it chronicles very many journeys of what does it mean to be obstinate and to go after your goal, no matter how much of adversity is thrown at you. And then there are the little things There's some stuff here, and then science career for Indian women. So all of this actually, works in progress. So I would appeal to everybody here, and as well as we appeal to our fellowship, to put in more publications of this kind. So this is the purpose of academy, is to bring out new knowledge. And so how do we motivate people to bring out this new knowledge, which is also more relevant for women scientists, celebrating women's achievements, and in fact we did some of that today. Um, then research on gender disparities and policies. So now we have a policy cell in INSA that I wanted to share that with you. And then certainly that we are doing research related to all of these issues that I talked about. And so it's a responsibility of academies to further our knowledge, information about the opportunities for women scientists, the gap areas, and how to fill those gap areas. So this is a very quick introduction and also conclusion. Okay, so I won't take another 10 minutes now later to sum up everything. I think that the floor is now open. We can go from right to left, and then one by one that basically we stick to a very single point about, look, what is the role of academies like INSA? What is it that you would like to see done? And if you can point out one actionable item, our work is done here. Okay, thank you. Please go ahead.
So I think we just heard Professor Sharma, and I think he spoke everything, what is the challenge and how do we come out of that challenge. So so nicely. So I have just 2 or 3 points. So, first of all, morning, Professor Sood had actually told us about where do we stand as India. And in that case, particularly one area that he pointed out was the leadership of women, which is quite low, because for last couple of decades, maybe 2-3 decades, that all academies as well as all the countries are talking about women in science and how in STEM we can bring inclusivity. But with that now, I just give you one example. As Professor Sharma said, that our generation, we have been taking care too of the generation. So right now my mother is not very well. So just a personal thing I'm sharing with all of you. I was just looking for somebody who could be at home and take care, because I can't give that much of time. So, this lady comes from to my house. I find she has one girl, and this girl has passed up to first year of the BSc BA in a village in West Bengal, but then could not pursue the career because of one of his brother was not well, and the sacrifice happened from the girl, not from the elder boy. So one thing that I think that academy is doing a lot. What we have achieved today is basically in the tier 1 cities, like all of us are basically beneficiary, and also we are in the upper strata, that we have actually got a much better life, and we maybe had challenge, but we could overcome the challenge. So I belong to that small community of 18%, very lucky about it. But then can academy take some programs where it goes to the second tier city, 3-tier city, and where possibly the fellows of the academy can go and try to talk to, morning Dr. Saha talked about parenting the parent. I would just add one more word into that, parenting the parent and in-law parents. Here I bring one more example from my lab, for which I'm really depressed about it. One of a very good student of mine just finished the PhD, got married. After marriage, she was in the lab, did not leave the PhD, did a nice PhD, but now her in-laws called her back, said that 1 month she will be there, then come back, finish her paper and do whatever she wants to do. Once she went back, so pathetic that she was not allowed to come back to the lab. And this is what I am telling about a student who studied in Kurukshetra University, comes from a proper city, did all the work in the lab like NIPGR, but then this is the fate. So can we go and also try to parenting the in-laws parent? That's very, very crucial. And that's one point. And the second thing is that it's not that any women who wants to achieve actually take up STEM career and then don't want a leadership position. I think all of the people, men or women, irrespective, everybody wants to see them at the higher level where they aspire for it. But it is because they lack, it's not that they lack the talent or aspiration, but it is because of the some situations. So two major points that I think, one is the time to devote. When we think about leadership position, it's not a flexible timing. It takes you a lot of time, and the balancing of the professional time space and your personal time space, that is a very, very important aspect. And the enabling ecosystem, where we need a support system, where I just mentioned about the parenting of in-laws. But the academy's role, for which the panel is here, is that possibly we should do analysis, one thing that the academy can always do, and what we analyze and make a research and a policy document for capacity building. And in that case, we need to see how much is the recruitment, not only in the Tier 1 city, but in the city and the village, anywhere else when we talk about STEM, the percentage of retention after the recruitment, and after the retention, how much is the sustenance. That's the third point that Professor Sharma said, that today we are focusing on 3 key points. So this is what possibly academy should look into, and recruitment, retention, and sustenance in terms of the taking women in STEM in a leadership position. That's what I would end here.
Fantastic, Dr. Chakrabarti. And now to Dr. Alora Sen. Hey, by the way, if you suggest a very actionable item and we put it in practice, you'll get a hamper of chocolates. I'm serious. So, okay, please go ahead.
Of the social and ethical issues. Oh, no, it doesn't.
Actually, this is not
okay.
Maybe I can take this off.
It was okay? Okay, it was okay. Yeah. So how academics can, look into the, provide a deeper understanding how the social and ethical imbalances in our society result in such an imbalance of, gender biases in STEM. So one suggestion I have, that from a very young age, let us expose young minds, like young boys and girls, to role models in STEM. Women in particular, with special emphasis on women, and especially Indian women, to whom they can relate to. And another thing I would suggest, whether academics can look into, inclusion of the history and philosophy of science into the curriculum, into science curriculum, be it at the secondary level or at the tertiary level, so as to provide a greater understanding that how historically women's contribution in science were often downplayed or ignored. So such an understanding of the history, if you follow the history of science, like Dr. Mohanty today mentioned about Rosalind Franklin, how she was totally denied her due credit. So if we look into the history of science, we can come across many such scientists, women scientists in India who were deprived of their due recognition. So an introduction, a small, curriculum into the science course, like at the bachelor's level or at the master's level, so as to understand how historically women's contribution was downplayed. So that will not only provide a critical space to examine how the gender dynamics influences the knowledge production in STEM. So this is what I personally think that could greatly contribute to changing the understanding the gender delusions.
inviting me here and so on. Okay. And INSA, I will follow him strictly. One issue, one actionable item. Okay. We have already seen that a lot of initiatives from government have increased the participation of women in STEM. The next issue that we need to take is the workplace environment, culture there, which needs improvement. And he has already listed the harassment. Sometimes, and Subi had mentioned that about the passing of the mic, women do not get an opportunity to speak often, and there is suppression. So that needs to be addressed, and a good leadership can fix it. And academies have a role. You have a lot of role models as leaders who have, through their work and shown the I mean, they can be a role model. They have improved they have brought revolution in the working style. You can emulate them and learn from them. And the Academy has published the book by Chandrima, which is a good initiative. I would like that such books on other leaders, men also, women also, should be published, and the young generation should be exposed to the leadership, appropriate leadership styles. So that's my actionable item. And my advice to young females, please be honest, work yourself, don't get deterred by the criticisms, and may the force be with you. Thank you.
Did you say may the force be with you? Is that what you said?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Force.
I got it. Usually people don't say that, but I love it.
Why?
I mean, yeah, this is my favorite phrase.
This is your favorite phrase.
It's from the Star Wars. Jedi Master.
Jedi Master.
Okay. So very good. Professor Neetu Singh?
Yeah, so I think many of the points have already been said, and Dr. Chakravarti, I have written down the same thing, that I think, academies can create region-centric programs where we can go and educate people at the grassroots level, and, we can actually talk to them and mentor them, and, policies, we can formulate policies for them. So I think that is one thing. And of course, I think mentoring young girls, hand-holding them, maybe providing some sort of a resources, not just finances, but also resources, maybe access to labs in bigger institutes. Those already some of the academies are doing it, but I think we should do it at much larger scale. And of course, obtain statistics and help formulate policies. This is being done. And for young researchers like us, maybe mid-level and young researchers, I think putting them more into committees, I think recommending forming committees with such members and exposing them to leadership at an early age, mentoring them, this could be one of the ways of actually getting the next level of leadership being prepared. And also, one thing I find academies being placed in a unique situation is that as a professor or as a scientist, we get opportunities to interact with people in our field through our conferences. These academies can provide us a network which is beyond our field. So, we can actually network with, our network doesn't have to be limited. And this is essential for women scientists because we hardly go to such events where we meet people which are beyond our areas, So I think those are some things that I would say. And I'll stop here because I'll let Tanya speak on other.
Professor Dhanya.
Thank you.
I've actually not introduced anybody so far, but of course their plates, I'm not sure that they really say very much. So it's never too late. Dr. Subhra Chakravarti is former director of National Institute of Plant Genome Research and very active in INSA affairs. I don't know why they're all called affairs, but anyway, she is quite active. I keep telling that also in IITs, there's a Dean of Student Affairs, there's a Dean of Faculty Affairs. Anyhow, so what? International affairs also. Now we are not satisfied within India, right? Okay, all right. So then okay, and then we had Dr. Alora Sen. She's a fellow of the academy, and she's scientist at National Brain Research Center. Clearly, what is more important than brain, eh? Very good. Professor Amita Das, also a fellow of the academy, Department of Physics at IIT Delhi. You know, physics and many of these engineering and theoretical sciences, there are very few women. I'll actually come to it when I conclude this for another 30 seconds, the session, that there are certain areas in which women are so underrepresented. And in fact, that is also reflected in the fellowship of INSA. We have about 7-8% women fellows, half of them over 75. I got nothing against over 75. I'm getting there myself quickly. But the thing is that we certainly need more representation there, and also for networking. And I'll come to that point in a moment. Then we had Dr. Shefali Gulati. She was there in the first panel, and she has left from AIMS, professor at AIMS. And we have Professor Neetu Singh, which says IAF, Indian Air Force. What is IAF? Oh, that's right. Okay. Right. No. Because I know you're in IIT Delhi, right? I say, what is this IAF?
Yeah.
Okay. Associate Fellow of the Academy. Okay. Then now we have the last speaker, Professor Dhanya. And then she's Professor of Civil Engineering at IIT Delhi. So, which is, okay, so please go ahead, Professor Dhanya.
Good afternoon. I'm particularly aiming for the hamper you offered, and I don't have any ideas left. Almost all the ideas and problems were already discussed. But the one problem I want to mention is the leaky tunnel mentioned since from even Professor Sood mentioned. I would like to call that as leaky pipeline because I am basically a water resources engineer, and we do discuss about this leaky pipeline a lot. And the loss is significantly high after graduation. In IIT Delhi, even last convocation, we have around 480 graduates, out of which 200 plus were women. But we wonder where they are going after that, because in faculty, we have only 11 to 40% of female faculty there. So that is one area where this loss is a lot. And the other stage where loss is lot is after the schooling.
Also less.
Yeah, the schooling, that is after the 10th and 12th. We get very less number of girls in even the STEM fields, especially in the engineering fields. So these two are the areas which I, as an engineer, would like to plug. Now, I myself, as a civil engineer, I struggled after schooling, what should I take? And then my father encouraged me. I told my father, and the solution which I'm going to propose is based on my experience and what worked with me. So for my father being a mechanical engineer, he encouraged me to continue with the mathematics, and I ended up in civil engineering. And after that, in every stage, be it in PhD, I got a very good mentor who is a man, and my father has been supporting all the way. He's a man, and from being from south to travel to north and settling in Delhi, I need support of many and many men. And then finally, when I arrived at IIT Delhi, I've been getting so many good mentors to raise my levels. Being in administrative position, I am right now the Associate Dean of Academics, and I have got a very good mentor. So over this journey would not have been possible without men mentors and men supporters. So all these schemes, whatever we are developing for women, I feel that somehow we are seeing less and less representation of men. So what I'm going to suggest, Professor Sharma, what I'm going to suggest is that a crazy idea. In addition to whatever schemes we are building, focusing on women, if we can create a scheme encouraging men to mentor a women leader. I don't know whether it is possible, because without the support of men, our journey would not have been this farther, right? So that's what my personal experience says. So at least in academy. So there are so many schemes from the government and the academies giving us more and more opportunities in an attempt to plug these two holes. But can there be a scheme encouraging men to mentor women leaders in the future so that they will understand the kind of difficulties we have been going through? And what encouraged me to think about that is that in IIT Delhi yesterday we have a Women's Day celebration. Couple of programs were there, and in that Senate room and in the seminar hall, I could hardly see any heads of men. So men need to identify and recognize the problems we are facing, and they have to come forward and help us or support us and mentor us and help us to become the leaders. So that is one suggestion from my side. Thank you.
This is so true, and so we heard lots of both wisdom and actionable items, which is fantastic. Of course, in engineering and some areas like that, the number of women are very low. And I suspect that even when there are women in engineering, they're all in civil engineering. All the uncivil are left with men, I think, right?
No, you will hardly see any in civil as well.
No, uncivil. Yeah,
Uncivil.
Anyway, right. So I was saying, look, INSA has taken some initiatives in order to address many, if not all, of the points that you talked about. As I said, there are about 7% women fellows in INSA. So it all looks like old boys network. Actually, even boys are also on a little bit this side of that, right? I mean, we're all young people, but we also need younger people. We need younger people. So that's one kind of diversity which is lacking in all academies across the world. It's nothing about INSA, right? They're all old boys club, so to say. I had discussed this problem while visiting England for Royal Society. They have the same problem. So when I said, look, we are in INSA created a vertical as women associates of INSA, they were actually very both shocked and impressed. They say, you can do that? I can do that because I shut down any argument which is opposite of this, right? I don't allow opposition. But anyway, so it has to be done, and I think that we are going to put this in practice very soon. And the point is like that to have 70 women associates every year, of which half of them come from academia, the other half come from everything which is related to science, could be industry, startup, could be education, could be anything, right, which is contributing to the use of science, if you would. So this way, and all age groups, so therefore there would be a good representation of women and the networking and how they engage with our programs of the academy. So then, and then so it is this group 70 every year for next 5 years would make it 350. And this would be a dynamic grouping because you can't, so for 7 years, they can be re-elected if they have been active, so to say. And what would this group do? This group would do actually, to run many programs of this kind, whether it's mentorship, whether it's workshops, whether to do advocacy as an advocacy group, tell different ministries and government about what they need to do and all the recommendations that actually emerge from this. There is also a policy center in INSA now, so that we should work on all of these policy aspects as well as the action roadmap which is required in order to implement that policy. So all of that is happening. As far as membership in committees is concerned, this is something that I had done starting 10 years ago in DST. So I said every committee must have a representation of both age and gender. So point is that age is so important because every committee needs some people who are younger and some people who are young, because people who are young, they have the experience, but people who are younger have the energy. So therefore, to have marriage of energy and experience is basically what every committee needs, and together with gender. So there, maybe we have about 25% women scientists. So every committee should at least have 1 in 4 members who are women. So I think that this was happening in DST, and this is happening now in INSA because we apply the same principles in order to have a balanced committee. So that's happening. And then we increase the number of fellowships because earlier there were the maximum limit of number of fellows that you could admit in a year is 50, right? 50 means, you know, you can imagine how tough that competition is, where all of engineering put together, 12 disciplines put together, would elect 4 or 5 members a year, right? Many other disciplines like civil engineering may not even find a single member in a given year, right? So now we said, look, 50 is just too low, and this does not meet the aspirations of rising number of scientists. So we increased it from 50 to 100 per year. So which means basically, and I'm telling all these selection committees every time they meet, I say, look, we increase the number so that we have greater representation of younger people, of women, as well as different areas that get ignored, right? Now, see, so what happens is you can tell all you want. Now, you see whether the committee is not enlightened about it, then they're just going to do whatever hell they want to do, right? And so, but you, if you keep chipping at it year after year, maybe after 5 years, there is some 30% change, right? And so this is what we need to do, and we need to have this very strong advocacy women associate group, right? And so that they are able to keep suggesting course correction all the time, not just for INSA, but for, you know, it becomes a national group of women scientists. So this is what we want to see, you know, that national group, and it's not, you know, not simply like Tea Party or something, right? So I have seen these kind of groups before, and they degenerate very quickly into self-serving groups, you know, that I call chai pani groups. But you know, I think that it all depends on leadership, and it all depends on, you know, how much of the opportunities one grabs. So I hope that this group, I'm sure, not hope, I'm sure the way we are electing these members, that they would be proactive, that they would contribute to the goals of academy, but they will contribute to larger goals also of women in science. And I don't know, empower is maybe the wrong word, but anyway, it is about creating level playing field, and level playing field is not the same for everybody. Okay, what means level playing field for spider is different from what means level playing field for a tiger. So so all of that. So with this, and I thank the panel. Thank the panel, and I thank all the people who are still here. And I guarantee you there would be good lunch after this. So before we conclude, is there anything that anyone here would like to say? You know, because I mean, not all the wisdom is on this dais. So the wisdom is always distributed. So if you would like to have a shot at it, to suggest something that academy should do, you are very welcome to say it now. Anybody? Up there? Anybody up there? Here? Down? There? Left? Right? Center? Men are not allowed to speak. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Correct. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Which is why the women associate, only half of them come from academia, and the other half from, you know, other stakeholders of science, I call them. Okay, whatever they're doing something with science, maybe, you know, creating new opportunity using science. So yeah, so half of these associates would be from outside of academia, and certainly it'll provide a platform for the interaction that you're talking about. Yeah. Anybody? Any? I have introduced a new category. It's called honorary women. I'll explain to you sometime when we have more time. It's not about wokeism. It is not about psychological or physiological confusion about things, but it's about the approach to life. And you're saying, so when it was pointed out that we, you know, it said man as mentor, okay. So you know, it's best when there is a man who is an honorary woman, who understands women, right?
We say always behind every man's success there is a woman.
Yeah, but it's the other way
It
around
should be
also.
also
Yeah,
the
that's right. I totally agree, right? And so I'm going to write a Wikipedia article on honorary men who is honorary women, right? And there's a like new concept. Okay, so
Honorary men also?
Of course, every successful woman becomes an honorary man, because I've heard people say, Madam Sir. Right?
But this one
So,
is
so
the-
I mean, all these
is it
bureaucrats and all, right? They are, if they are very successful, they're in the power and authority, then they are called Sir.
No, I was wondering whether it is implementable to encourage a man to be behind women's success. If it is not implementable, I am claiming that.
It's
never.
totally implementable because you see, totally implementable. It's hugely cultural, right? And so when you say, you see, when you talk about sarkari schemes, and this is what you mean by implementable, it is not in that sense implementable, because everything which is cultural, right? It takes eons actually to address that, right? So it's not implementable in the sense that here I throw some money, and this is the scheme. Hey, now become a man behind the woman, right? Okay, I mean, here is your honorarium to do that, right? That's all you can do with a scheme. But it's not that kind of implementable. But why it's not I think it's implementable when you have discussions about it. That creates awareness. Awareness is what changes our cultural and behavioral aspects. See, so I think this is so important because when I talk about what are the weaknesses of our science, the weaknesses of our science are not science. It is not IQ. It is not training. It is not our institutions. Weakness is cultural and behavioral. Okay, that's it. I mean, there is nothing. I mean, if we are not getting Nobel Prize, it's not because we don't have the training in IQ. And not even, I mean, we have increasing resources now at our disposal. It's not like it was 20 years ago, right? So what is the weakness? Weakness is squarely cultural and behavioral. And so we should address it by more gatherings of this kind, and more wherever we go. We should be ruthless in saying that you change your culture. That's it. I mean, that your culture is all screwed up and then you change it. That's very simple, right? Yeah. So any other suggestions? Right. I had promised chocolate to the best question. They're still sitting in my pocket, the chocolate. Anybody got good question? The question or suggestion? More than a question, if you have like some actionable item, that would be very good. How many people here from some college? Here, raise your hand. Okay, here. These are two men behind women here. I see here, right? Right. Would you like to become man behind a woman? What do you think? Yeah. Don't be shy. Speak up.
Sir, I think I should focus on my goal.
Yeah.
Sorry. Sir, I think I should focus on my goal, not just. You are saying, sir, every man has a success behind a woman, but I focus.
But you don't have the time for all that. I get it, right? He said, अरे पहले यार मुझे जॉब तो मिल जाए तो उसके बाद सोचेंगे, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, really.
Yeah. Okay. And your friend has the same opinion, isn't it?
Yeah, same opinion, sir, actually.
Sir, Professor Sharma, can I say something?
बताओ,
So just a thing. I think there's always a man behind a woman. Our fathers, our brothers. What is bothering is that we don't have colleagues who are supporting us. So all of you, I think you would like to support your sister. You would like to support your mother, your spouses, anyone, right? But when it comes to a colleague, I think that support is suddenly disappears. I think Indra Nui once said that her husband, her daughter came back from a work, and her husband asked how was her day, and she said, this one man in my office kept bothering me while I was making the presentation, and her father was like, I'm going to get this man. And I think that is every father. That's every brother. You tell your brother, your father, that this person was bothering me in a meeting, and they want to get to the man. I wonder where these colleagues are and why they don't see us as sisters and mothers and friends and colleagues that they would like to support. So I think you're right, cultural change. I think the way we think about that needs to come to our culture.
Hey, but Neetu, why is it that you keep mentioning only sister, mother, so on? For looking at their age, I mean, more like their girlfriend that they would.
Said colleagues and spouses and friends also.
Right. Okay. So yeah. Anything else?
Sir, I'm Piyudas from INSA itself. I think that mother should teach all the son to respect the woman. Maybe it should come from the home only. It should start from the home so that every man should respect all the girls.
Absolutely. And I mean, they should more frequently slap their boys. Right? They one morning dose, one evening dose, they were doing right. Yeah, I mean, right. Is it because you're not at home, you're not treating boy and girls in some, see, it's not same doesn't mean same. Okay, see, because it requires maybe sometimes situations have to be factored in, right? So, but I'm saying psychologically you have to be same, right? And give the same opportunity, okay? Of course, factoring in their circumstances and so on, right? So, yeah, yeah, it is so true. Yeah, yeah, right. Yeah, yeah, patronizing. I never do that. I crack jokes. Same joke with women, I crack with everybody else, right? Yeah. So, everybody is feeling now happy and satisfied with this discussion. So we had some food for thought here. Should we move on to food for body? Okay. Right. And there's a thing called vote of thanks. And so you just say thank everybody and we can go now. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks to the chair, co-chair, and all the panelists for bringing out such insightful yet relevant points on the table about the theme. So not by stretching the program more, now we would like to felicitate the chair, co-chair, and all the panelists of the session. First, I would like to request Dr. Brajesh Pandey, Executive Director, Indian National Science Academy, New Delhi, to please felicitate Professor Ashutosh Sharma, Chair, and Dr. Shubhra Chakravarti, Co-Chair of the session. So please. For felicitation of the panelists, I would like to request Dr. Kinkini Dasgupta Mishra, Scientist of Indian National Science Academy, to please come on the dais and felicitate our distinguished panelists. First, Dr. Ilora Sen, Scientist, National Brain Research Center. Professor Amita Das, Department of Physics, Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. Dr. Neetu Singh, Center for Biomedical Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. Dr. Dhania C.T., Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. Thank you. Thanks to all. Now I request all the dignitaries on the dais to please take your seats in the audience before moving to the next session of today's program. And for conducting the next session of today's program.
Wait a minute. What's the next session? Listen, you were not listening to what I said. I said I've already done summary. Okay, I'm not going to do another summary now. The summary is that we should eat now. Okay, so and I think the summary is we had a very good session. The whole, morning that we had the previous to tea session and this session now. So I think on behalf of all of you, I thank everybody for a great session, and on my own behalf and everybody's behalf, that we, of course, we reserve our judgment about the overall success of this morning after tasting the food. Okay, so let us go. I think that we conclude now. There no se- What's the session? You want to have the last word? No. Hey, go ahead.
Thank you so much, all the audience, for your patience hearing. It has been a wonderful day all throughout. So, moving quickly, I now invite Dr. Brautati Chattopadhyay to provide the vote of thanks to.
National anthem.
Okay. Okay, then fine. We are good to go.
National anthem. Wait, national anthem.
I would request everyone to please stand up for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
I request all the attendees to please move in for the lunch. Or I should keep it, sir. I'll keep it.